think this is part 6 now of Abominable Snowmen, Legend Come to Life. And I know these long, tedious readings, and I don't expect really anybody to listen to this stuff. But if you do listen to it, I appreciate it. I hope you get something out of it. It's my research, it's my studying, and it's my therapy as well. It's a strange thing, but I have to do this. I have to keep my mind active, and somehow I have to start talking more, because the multiple sclerosis is really interfering even worse than. I always struggled with talking to begin with, thanks to the Rh negative disease. I mean, I got. If there was a dude who was handling some bullshit, I was handling with it. So, and there's a lot of other people out there who have it worse, which is even more disturbing. But this then makes you think about what this place is really about, and about predeterminism. But that's another topic for another day. But yeah, it's got to keep fighting. If I don't do this, I just be stuck in my head alone. Got no one else to talk to about anything. So, I mean, I got a couple friends, but they can only do so much and only handle so much, and they got their own lives. You know what I mean? And so, this is my way of moving my mouth. And I notice how much I struggle with it, even getting my lips to move, and teeth and everything else, and tongue. It's really quite difficult. And then on top of that, Ivan T. Saunderson is a smart son of a gun, who, brilliant guy, who is definitely a class above me. Well, that's when it comes to life, and most men for that matter. So we're back to here, and we're going to read in this thing. I'm going to read this one paragraph again, and then get into this chronology, it looks like, of those who have seen ABSM. And this is, it comes as quick as it comes as quite a shock. Therefore, when one presents a proper list of those who have said not only that they have found foot tracks in the Himalayas of Himalayan ABSMs, or bits of their fur or their excrement, but who have stated, and in most categoric and detailed terms, that they have seen them, have hunted or been hunted by them, or who know of people killed by them. Actually, the numbers of persons in all these classes runs into tens of thousands, and has been going on for millennia. Now, this is just talking about the Himalayas. We're talking about the Yeti. We're not even talking about the tens of thousands who have seen Sasquatch and Bigfoot in all 50 states and Canada and North America. This is something to think about. In fact, the Europeans and American travelers are the only group who don't seem to see ABSMs regularly when going through this area, and even some of them do. Perhaps the following inventory may make this a bit clearer. I take this from year 1920 as my real starting point. S stands for seen by foreigners. SN, seen by local persons. 1887, Major Lawrence A. Waddell, LLD, CB, CIE, FLS, FAI, comes across large tracts in Sikkim, if I pronounce it right. In 1906, Mr. H.J. Olive, like elves, I don't even know how you pronounce it. It's Lewes. Well-known botanist, and we read this before, explorer, seen an ABSM run over a ridge. In 1915, it's almost like they're just like building this shit up, like, and it doesn't feel like a build-up, like they're slowly, like a slow release of information, right? It's almost like something's intentionally doing this. It's even beyond human by chance. So anyway, so that was an S. So he was his foreigner. S, a local person. In 1915, a J.R.O. Gent, British forestry officer in the Darjeeling Division, reports tracks in the Flatlut area, India, and the ABSM seen by local inhabitants. S for foreigner, 1920. Stanley Snaith states in his book At Grips with Avarice that one Hugh Knight, a British explorer, came face to face with an ABSM carrying a crude bow in this year. Very interesting, okay? And has an asterisk here. Search for this Hugh Knight continues. It or he is proving every bit as elusive as any ABSMs. The latest comes from Professor W.C. Ostman Hill, since this was written, and states, I find a book list in the Royal Geographical Society of London Library catalogued by the Captain Knight, and no initials given, entitled Diary of a Pedestrian in Kashmir and Tibet, date 1863. It may well be the one we are after, and if so, antidotes Wendell. Antidotes. Did I even say that word right? Sometimes I just say stuff because everyone else does, and then I've realized later that I've been repeating the wrong thing. It happens quite a bit, actually. So I'm going to make sure I actually even said that wrong. I know you're going to say, you're an idiot, and I know I am. I never claimed I wasn't. At least I'm smart enough to realize I'm an idiot. See, I always thought it was antidote, but this is antedate. Now, is that even a proper spelling? Or did they used to say, precede in time, come before something, and date? Antedate.
Antedate.
And then there's antidote.
Antidote.
An antidote is a medicine taken or given to counteract or peculiar poison. And there's antidotal. Antidotal.
Here's the definition of total,
No,
comprising the whole number or amount.
I didn't say that. Antidotal. Antidotal. Anecdotal. Anecdotal. And now it seems the same. See, I can't say anything. Antidotal. Antidotal. And I'm still not saying it right. Or pronunciation. Anecdotal. Not necessarily true or reliable. So there's anecdotal and there's and then antidates and antidotes and anecdotal.
Anecdotal.
It's anecdotal. I didn't say even close to saying it. I cannot get my mouth and my brain to sync up. S, that would be a foreigner. In 1921, Lieutenant Colonel C.K. Howard Bury, on approaching Everest, watched a group of ABSMs on a snowfield 20,000 feet through binoculars. Later found their tracks on the spots. We read about that. In 1922, tracks found by British Ganga Glacier, I think it's Ganga Glacier, by Englishmen who signed his report, foreign sportsmen. Then it says S, foreigner, 1923, members of the Everest expedition saw great hairy naked man running across a snowfield below at 17,000 feet. And then it says here, the 1924, there's a line, and then foreigner, 1925, and A.N. Tombazi, member of the Royal Geological Society and leader of the photographic expedition to Sikkim, saw an, or Sikkim, depending on how to pronounce it, an ABSM grubbing for roots with a stick near Zuma Gap at foot of Mount Kabu. Later found humanoid footprints at that spot. In 1926, 1930, the line. 1931, then we were at Wing Commander E. Bentley Bauman, RAF, found tracks at headwaters of the Ganges. Then there's 1932 to 35, there's a line, and then 1936, Report 1, Ronald Colbeck, botanist and geographer, found tracks at 16,000 feet on pass between Chu and Salwin rivers near Bumthang, Gupa, Nepal. Report 2, Eric A. Shipton, famous mountaineer, found tracks on way back to Kathmandu from Everest. And then in 1937, Report 1, or Story 1, I guess it might be, a British traveler who signed himself Balu found tracks on the Bayafua Glacier in the Karakorums, if I said any of that right. The number 2 is F. S. Smith's reported tracks from Bayandar Valley in Garhwal, India. These were said to have been made by a bear, and there was some reasonable doubt. And then 3, Sir John Hunt found a set of tracks of something apparently wearing boots on the Zumu Gap, if that's an M, or it could be an N, I don't know, it's smudged. Also steps cut into the ice, though nobody has passed the gap at that time. And 1938, 1, Karn on top of Sacred Mountain, taboo to locals, above Rugbunk Monastery, and placed there by climbers. So, Karan on top of it, and placed there by climbers, found to have been destroyed and stone moved. And I can't remember what that means. I had read it before, and it has something to do with, I think it's to do with rock.
Karen,
So it's Karen. And I think it has something to do with rocks, does it not? There's a dog, and then the Karans are a pile or stack of. So Karans are a human-made pile of stones raised for a purpose, usually as a marker or as a burial mound. And the word cairn comes from the Scottish Gaelic cairn, claims to have been and are used for a broad variety of purposes. And there's a lot of cairns out there, and isn't there? From massive to just people doing it in the woods for shits and giggles, nothing else better to do. So you never know, and there's people that are hoaxsters and frauds on the internet that film this stuff and claim that they're finding this stuff, and I'm just like, I mean, is it really that important to be liked and to have even have a following? If your whole existence is, and what you're doing is a fucking lie, I just don't get it. I mean, it's bad enough. There's a million other things that we do, the plucking and blowing and the shaving and the blowing and everything else, and there's so many. We're just like, what happened to us? H.W. Tillman, famous mountaineer, finds apparently booted tracks crossing the Zamu Gap near Menjong, if I have that right, or Menlong, on Darjeeling side. Darjeeling side, that's what it is. 3. The first American Karakoram expedition reports calls and falling rocks. That's interesting. Nice. It starts to build up. You notice this? And NS, that'd be a native, indigenous person, 1930, or local. 1939, reported by Prince Peter of Greece. Locals got ABSM drunk by leaving liquor at wellhead, captured and bound, and but creature revived and burst bonds. I'll be damned. Then there's nothing between 1940 and 41 here. That doesn't mean there wasn't any reports. It's just not what is in this book. S, that would be foreigner, 1942. 1 Selvorman Rawicks and 4 companions on flight from Siberian prison camp to India reported meeting 2 ABSMs. Well, that's a son of a bitch and way to go about it. Coming from a Siberian prison camp to India and see that on top of it, well, that seems about par for course in the reality of life, isn't it? And nothing in 1943, and then foreigner, S for foreigner, 1944, a Mr. W.W. Wood in company with a Major Kirkland and Captain John B. Maggs at Lidarwat near Srinagar, I guess it's Srinagar, Kashmir, saw a creature bounding down a hillside with zigzag motion. See below for possible explanation. And then there's nothing for 1945 and 46. NS local, 1947. A yak breeder named Deku, a resident of Pangbuchi. I'm sorry, I'm sure I didn't say that right. I'm not going to keep trying. I'll be here all day trying to figure out the names of these things. Saw one at 50 yards distance and walked away. Foreigner, 1948. A very strange story of an encounter and fight with a pair of ABSMs near the Zuma Gap, or Zimu Gap, by 2 Norwegian uranium prospectors named Ag Thorberg and Jan, probably Jan forest, suspected fabrication. So why did we put it in there? There's so many. I don't understand that one. 1949, NS, local, a villager of Pangwooch. Well, maybe we'll learn. If we're going to keep reading. The same thing over and over again. Maybe we gotta try at least. I mean, I gotta try. Why do I keep saying we? I do that. I've been doing that for years. I always bring it up to all the time. Why do I keep saying that? How to pronounce Pongbunch? Pangbunch. Will they tell me?
Pangbosh.
Pangbosh. Not even close. Pangbosh, named Mingma, heard yells, saw ABSM, took refuge in stone hut, and observed. And NS, same year, 1949, in November, an ABMS came out of the forest and played about near the monastery of Thiang.
Pangbosh.
Thiangbosh until driven away by the monks beating gongs and blowing trumpets. Then we got an S, 1950, Sherpa Sen Tenzing and company with others saw ABSM at 25 paces near Thiang.
Pangbosh.
Thiangbosh. One Lekpa Tenzing saw a small one sitting on a rock. And then another local, NS, Tibetan Lama Tsingy, or Sangai. Do I have to? Well, you know what? Let's just see if that is T is Sangai. Let me see if I get lucky and figure out how to spell that son of a gun. Or pronounce it. What the hell am I saying?
Sang.
So Sangai or Sangi. I mean, do you have to freaking now learn 5 different 20? I mean, I'm not my ex-wife. She could speak a ton of languages. I can barely speak English, so. And I just have to live with it. Okay, 1951, Eric Shipton comes across tracks on the Men Lung Su Glacier. And the Gari Senka Range on the way to Everest and photographs. 1952, 1 Sherpa Pasang Naima, or I think it's Naima, and company with others went to look for an ABSM and seen near Namch Baser and observed it at 200 yards. And I didn't say any of those names right. Sir Edmund Hillary and with George Lowell find hair and passage. This is 1952. Swiss expedition. Dr. Edward Wyss. I got the Wyss and the Swiss mixed up there. I don't know how that happened. Dr. Edward Wyss Dunnick Dunent with Tenzing Norgay find tracks. NS number 4, 1952 report. Villager answering and wife of Tamnu see one by forest. NS 1953 1. A Tibetan Lama named Zultang Zengbu traveling in Assam meets one carrying 2 large rocks. It passed by. It's very interesting report. Number 2, Edmund Hillary finds tracks in Baran Koli, if I got that right, Akoya Range. Maybe it's an I. Koi Range. 1954. I'm not writing a book about this, so I'm not going to memorize half the stuff. So, the Daily Mail expedition sets of tracks found in 4 widely separated locations. See Ralph Isnar's account. And then in the second account for the second report from 1954, 2 Britishers of Hillary's outfit find tracks in the Koyang Valley. And then the third one for 1954, Swiss expedition, and Dr. Norman G. Dyrenforth photos tracks in company with others. In 1955, one foreign expedition on Makalu finds tracks photographed by the Abbey Bortet geologist. The next one for 1955, Argentinian mountaineering expedition led by famed climber Herta reported that one of their porters was killed by an ABSM. No further details available. If that is even close, but that's terrible. It's bad enough you have to die. It's a die. What a way to die. 1955, 3 RAF mountaineering club expedition found tracks. Then we got a foreigner. In 1956, John Keel, the author of Jabbo, claims to have followed the ABSM for 2 days and finally seen it in a swamp. And John A. Keel, I have an awful lot of respect for, and I would believe that. NS 1957, one first slick expedition, 3 sets of tracks, excrement, hairs found at 3 widely separated locations. And then the second report from 1957, 2 Sherpas told Tom Slick they had seen ABSM early that year. And then the third report for 1957, a foreigner, Peter and Brian Byrne of the Slick expedition saw ABSM in the Arun Valley. And then a local, 1958, second Slick expedition, 2 Sherpas. And it works that way too. It's like, why is one group you have the luck and other groups no luck at all? Doing the same thing. Sometimes it's the very same location. With Gerald Russell at low altitude meets Emma, pygmy type ABSM by river, numerous tracks seen by Russell. Then we have foreign here in a second report for 1958. One Godwin Speni meets an ABSM. 1959, the third Slick expedition, numerous tracks found, and ABSMs followed. The second report from 1959, Japanese expedition under Professor D. Agawa finds tracks. Third report from 1959, Kuka, a dang cool Japanese expedition find tracks. And I'm sure it did say any of those words and those names right. It's just absolutely maddening. In 1960, 7 separate parties, but not the Hillary expedition, saw nothing but tried to debunk scalps of foreigners, and numerous locals reported finding tracks and cave inhabited by ABSMs. Now this is, once again, this is just one man's attempt to try to gather some information, and just like everything else, 99%, probably at least 9, no, it had to be, oh well, it probably is 99% of all encounters, sightings, will never be reported, never be recognized. That's the way life is. It's just, I mean, hey, let's be honest about this. Most of us, only if we're lucky, they'll be lucky if there's one person even give a shit that when we pass away. Especially in the West. We'll be lucky to find one individual who will give an absolute crap at the end of the day when you're gone. And if you, that's like they say, if you end up with one good friend at the end of your life, you're quite a success. And if you're more than that, then you're an amazing success. But defining what a good friend is another thing, and most people can't agree on that. But having acquaintances or people that want to hang out with you because you're the life of the party, that's not necessarily a good friend. And a good friend wants to hear your bullshit, your deepest thoughts, right? Hopefully it's your spouse, but that you're lucky that you can find that in your spouse. Just the way life is. In addition to this somewhat impressive list, I have detailed records of many other sightings by both foreigners and natives, but for which no definite date is given, or for which I have been unable to obtain a definite date. Then I have also some delightful expressions by the ethnologists. These scientists seem not to be in the least interested in the grumblings and mutterings of their confessioners, conferers. Now we got a new word. A new word. Conferers. I think it's conferers, but I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Confers. So I wasn't even saying it. Confers. Thank God for the internet. Thank God for this. All. If there's one good thing about Google, if nothing else, good luck finding any of the old videos. I mean, shit. Can't find shit anymore, though that's censoring. But at least you can find how to pronounce a word. For the moment, at least, they can retain it. That's a whole other thing. I won't, because I know who I am. I'm not capable of it. Unless I would spend hours every day memorizing certain words, which I wish I would have done as a child. And I try to get my son to want to read, and he is so uninterested in any of that. But he does not understand the magnitude of the consequences. And I wish I knew somebody and I could spend an hour a day with him. It's just a mentor. I'm just an intelligent, bright man who has bothered this rating and say, listen, and just see the difference. Because obviously, it's funny how when you're a kid and you're young, your father is like, Superman, right? And but now he's 12. Now he's starting to see the sad condition, the stoop back, the decrepit old man, and now he will spend the next 40 years disdaining me, and if I'm lucky at the end of the day you appreciate it all, that I was his dad or not, would be an amazing thing to happen. It seems to be, it seems that it should be the case for most fathers one way or another, right? It's either that or the father disdains the son, like what I went through. My father disdained me, my God. But then again, he wasn't alone, so I had one fucked up family. Shit. But then again, that's the son of a bitch thing. I keep reminding myself we all do it, don't we? People have it worse than you. Now that, at some point, you have to ask yourself, how can that be freaking acceptable? How can it be acceptable? And then these people say that they represent, they know who, life and God and purpose. Okay. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you just realize we're just listening. Is that all we do all day long? Is okay, lie to each other, make up shit, you know what I mean? Abominable snowman. So, anyways, I totally lost track here after being distracted. I don't even know why I got distracted. I'm just reflecting about myself. Do you ever feel like your life has just been an absolute failure? Or maybe it hasn't. Our expectations are so twisted that we don't realize that maybe just actually surviving this long is quite a success. And who defines what success is anyways? I guess in the end of the day it's up to you, right? And God knows a reputation, what people think about is out of your hands, no matter what you do. Some people are destined to live charmed lives, and other people are destined to be, one heartache after another. And yet we're supposed to survive it all, one way or another, for whatever reasons. We can't even define what that is. That we make it all up. We read all sorts of books. We create all sorts of illusions, right? Belief systems. Intellectual, psychological security blankets to justify the crap that we go through, experience. That's all it is, right? We just making up stuff. I mean, there's certainly the sciences, and they try to have a more rational, logical, some truth, some understanding of our reality, and it's manifested through technology. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we just make up shit. We do. We are amazing at that beautiful double-edged sword of a gift given to us, which is what? Our imagination. That's the reason why we're around. And we have to be. At the end of the day, we have to be some kind of interference, some kind of manipulation, hybrids. We just don't fit in. What is the purpose here? And we still ask this question. And as if you study theology and your religion, and you go deep into it, honestly, not just into tradition or practice, but really challenge it intellectually, it will fall apart before your eyes, and you'll start to realize that everyone's bullshitting everyone. It doesn't matter if it's the Pope on down. It doesn't matter if it's the King of England or whoever, but the President of the United States, whoever it may be, whatever your idol is, it's just bullshit. Yet we also have the capacity to show empathy and sympathy, as long as there's a buck behind it. So talk about grumblings and mutterings. That was a perfect example of one, wasn't it?
Confreres.
Comfers. And other sciences, notably zoology, and it seems to have gone merrily on their way and with their work, adopting a slightly amused attitude at the discomfiture of others. As a fine example of this calm common sense, one cannot do better than quote Professor C. von Ferrer Hammendorf of School of Oriental and African Studies, who wrote, "By coining the picturesque name, the abominable snowman, Westerners have surrounded the Yeti with an air of mystery. But to the Sherpas, there is nothing very mysterious about Yeti. They speak of them in much the same way an Indian aboriginal speaks of a tiger, or tigers. Most Sherpas have seen Yeti at some time or another, and wall paintings in monasteries and temples depict two types of them, one resembling a bear and one resembling a large monkey. It is generally known that there are two such types, and in hard winters they come into the valleys and prey on the Sherpas' potato stores and even on cattle. And the idea that it is unlucky to see a Yeti may be due to an association between the hardships caused by an abnormally heavy snowfall and the appearance of Yeti near human habitation on such occasions. No particular virtue is ascribed to the headdress of Yeti hide on the I figure out how to say it.
Pangbosh.
Pangbosh. It is freely handled and treated, neither with reverence nor with any superstitious fear. This is one of, if not the most refreshing statements that I have come across in over a quarter of a century of investigation of the matter of ABSMs. It also stands out as a statement by any scientist on any subject on its own merits. Quite apart from ABS emery, would that a zoologist might just once have some pronounced, but then none who have made pronouncements have ever been to the Himalayas or consider the matter for their local point of view. Almost equally pragmatic is the passage written by Professor Renz von Nebesky Wojciechowski, I guess Wojciechowski, and I'm sure I'm saying that right, after a 3-year sojourn in Tibet and Sikkim devoted an ethnographic study. This reads, I'll take a break. The thing is, my experience is there's something more going on, and so I'm reading this from a very pragmatic, rationalist, scientific point of view from this guy, Saunderson's, and he has some valid points, but he's not covering all the grounds. The problem is, the more you study this stuff, the more you realize there's a lot more going on than meets the eye. It's kind of stuff that starts making you think there is something really about this thing called spirituality. It seems that this iris software seems to be helping my reading, and it's put it in the red light spectrum, I guess, in the reds instead of the blues. It says here, well, the workplace, at almost every workplace, computers are at almost every workplace, eye strain has become a major health complaint, and it may be at school and workplace, and the computer everywhere, and this is the reason why almost every one of us has the eye strain issues. Using the proper light, limiting computer usage and exercise are some of the best ways to avoid eye strain. Anyways, I don't know how good it is, but it seems to be so far halfway decent. They seem to be reading a little bit more fluid, although I also challenge of this way this book is written as well. In addition to this somewhat impressive list, I have detailed records of many other sightings by both foreigners and natives, but for which no definite date has been given, or for which I have been unable to obtain a definite date. Then I have also have some delightful expressions by the ethnologists. The scientists seem not to be the least interested in the grumblings and mumblings. Did I not read this? Oh, I'm over here now. And so we read all that, and then we're over here. It is a remarkable fact that the statements of the Tibetans, Sherpas, and Lepkas concerning the snowman's appearance largely coincide. According to their descriptions, a warrant for arrest of this most wanted of all the inhabitants of the Himalayas would read as follows: 7 foot to 7.5 inches tall, when erect on its hind legs, powerful body, and covered with dark brown hair, long arms, oval head running to a point at the top with ape-like face. Face and head are only sparsely covered with hair. He fears the light of a fire, and in spite of his great strength, is regarded by the less superstitious inhabitants of the Himalayas as a harmless creature that would attack a man only if wounded. From what the native hunters say, the term snowman is a misnomer, since firstly it is not human, and secondly it does not live in the zone of snow. It inhabits the impenetrable thickets of the highest tracts of the Himalayan forests. During the day it sleeps in its lair, which it does not leave until nightfall. Then its approach may be recognized by the cracking of branches and its peculiar whistling call. In the forest, the mingo moves on all fours or by swaying from tree to tree. But in the open country, it generally walks upright with an unsteady rolling gait. Why does the creature undertake what most certainly be extremely wearisome expeditions into the inhospitable regions of the snow? The natives have what sounds a very credible explanation. They say the snowman, like saline moss, likes the saline moss which it finds on the rocks of and then we're going to forget about that. Well, it says here, and Tom Slick, seconded by Peter Burns, now tells me that the inhabitants of the Pangboche never claimed that this was the scalpel of an ABSM, but that it was made in imitation of one and held in a monastery elsewhere and made of goat skin. So back to this. This thing seems like some kind of moss they find on rocks of the moraine fields. While searching for this moss, it leaves its characteristic tracks on the snowfields. When it has satisfied its hunger for salt, it returns to the forest. This is not only founded on good common sense and some proper investigation, it is also truly scientific, and that it is imaginative in its mention of the search by the creature for a saline moss. Actually, there are certain lichens, not moss, in this area, not saline, but venerable vitamin factories, notably a vitamin E. And it is strange that this report had to wait for an ethnologist's mention, since a similar matter has been known to botanists and zoologists for almost half a century, having been the key to Professor Collett's famous and definitive work on the causes of lemming swarmings and immigration. This, that the researcher has shown, was the cause of the sudden great increase of virility and resulting swarms of these small rodents due to continuous excess of these vitamins in their diet, which consists of these lichens for which they dig under winter snow. Nor are lemmings alone in making a mad dash to get at the vitamin-rich rock. The principal reason why birds take trouble to flying annually for thousands of miles to the edge of the melting polar snows to breed is that the vegetation coming out from under that snow in the spring and the insects that feed on it are so rich in the vitamins that young birds can be raised healthily on a very limited area. The ABSMs of this very cloudy area periodically needed such vitamin, and so go up to grub under the rotting snow for it, and led by their age-old knowledge and what is sometimes called instinct, just as some humans have a mad craving to eating certain earths and known exactly certain earths and known exactly which ones and where to dig for them. But what you may still want to know exactly did all these people say they found or saw. I could quote you their actual statements, but am not going to do so for two reasons. First, they are almost already in print, and most of them are in readily accessible books as listed in the bibliography. As a guide to them, you should read Bernard Hovelman's On the Trek of Unknown Animals, which fully covers the issue. Second, I refrain from doing because, frankly, even I find them somewhat boring, for they all are so absolutely alike. And then it says geophagy is widespread and cropping up in New York City for a few years. I don't know what that means. And then as we go back to this, a great majority of reports are of a roughly man-size, though of a very large, sturdy man compared to our wily little Sherpas. ABSM with a conical head, bull neck, Nethos. Jaw. I still can't pronounce that word. Prague. Nethos.
Prognathous.
Prognathous. Prognathous jaw. A very wide mouth, but no lips. Clothed with reddish brown, thick, short, hairy fur, often grizzled in large specimens, and almost black in the smaller, which goes naked but uses sticks on occasion. Its excrement indicates that it is omnivorous, but feeds mostly on small mammals, insects, and young birds that it can catch, snails, and various softer vegetable substances. It lives in the upper montane forest, but comes out from time to time to grub under the old snow, and in very severe weather it may descend into inhabited valleys and maraud. And it has short, very broad feet with a second toe larger than its big toe, while both of these are much wider than the other three and are separated from them. It is shy and retiring unless provoked or imagines itself cornered. When it will put up a terrific display, just like a great ape, but seldom carries through its threats. This is not just a pattern, but but the identity of a vast body of research or reports. However, it is not by any means the only one. There appear to be at least 4, if not 5, quite distinct creatures involved in this general area, only 2 of which are certainly indigenous to the Himalayan ranges themselves and to the great Brahmaputra gutter, if I pronounce it right. Brahmaputra, that's how it is. The great Brahmaputra gutter. Within it, these 2 are the man-size ABSM, described above, which is clearly distinguished by the local inhabitants as the meta, and the large and the little pygmy type, only from 4 to 5 feet tall, that inhabits the lower, warmer valleys, eats frogs and insects, and is generally omnivorous, which the natives call the Te Ima, or Emma, Te Ima. So the Mita is the big one, and the Te Ima is the smaller, pygmy one. Te Ima. This is clothed in very thick red fur with a slight mane and leaves tiny 5-inch long footprints. The third ABSM appears only to be spoken of in the area, being an inhabitant of eastern Tibet, Sikong, and the northern Indo-Chinese Massif. This is the Tok, the Kunglu, the Jinsung creature called by the Sherpas the Dusta, or literally the hulking thing. This, by all accounts, is immensely taller and bulkier than the Mata, with a black to dark gray, shaggy, long coat, a flat head, beetling brow with a sort of up-curled bang on it, long powerful arms and huge hands, and very human type feet that leave imprints like those of a giant man, but with two subdigital pads under the first toe, just like the Sasquatch or Oma. This is the creature that Bernard Hofmann's long ago 1951 suggested might be the descendant of or related to or even actually the Gigantopithecus. Which at that time was thought to be a pungent rather than a hominid. The little Amas, or Imas, present a fine problem all their own. They are at least known and most neglected by everybody. In fact, it was not really until 1957 that even the most ardent ABSM hunters acknowledged their existence, and only one man has done anything about them. W.M. Russell, commonly known to his countless friends all over the world as Gerald, yet this is probably the commonest of all ABSMs, with an enormous distribution, and is certainly the Yeti most likely to succeed, if only somebody would do something about him. Philologists such as Sir Swami Paranavan Paranavanana and others, in attempting to debunk the whole ABSMery through their specialized methodology, have created a positive shamble of the Nepalese language and dialects thereof. And quite apart from calling them all Tibetan, they have tried to show that te has two stems and meaning, and one being tre, T-R-E, or dread, which they state means a brown bear. The other, T-E, D, or da, meaning a ghost. It transpires that they are wrong on both accounts in both cases. The crypto-esoteric details of all this have been published elsewhere. Suffice it to be said, here the te turns out to mean man-like creature. The ending ima, or Emma, is actually a Buddhistic inversion of, and then he gets an M and some dash or something like that, and la, a space in between M and something and la, which might be written for us phonetically as mafula. Mafula? Mafula. It's M-G-H-O-O-L-A. This, in turn, is a southern form of a phrase that sounds something like me ulir, or ula, meaning originally an incarnate vehicle. When used as a qualifying word attached to the name of an ancient or otherwise living creature, it implies a being or thing. Thus, the little te ima is actually called and rather simply, as it turns out, in the end, the man-like being. Nothing could be more pragmatic and appropriate. This is a wealth of information on the form and behavior of this creature to be gleaned from all the native peoples from the western border of Sikong in the east to the feet of the Pamars to the west. Pamars, whatever. Throughout the Himalayas, practically nothing of this has been recorded simply because nobody realizes that there was more than one abominable snowman, and even when they did aspire to this obvious intelligence, they simply could not stomach more than two types. As the other place was preempted by the mighty Jinsong or Zuta, the poor little lowland Emma got lost again. It was Gerald Russell who first spotted it as a quite separate species or type, and due to his long experiences in collecting animals, and prompted him to concentrate all his efforts on it. And down in the forest, I give the results to you in the words of Peter Byrne, and deputy leader of the 1957 Silk Johnson expedition to research for ABSMs in Nepal. This is herewith reproduced in full by the kind permission of Peter Burns and the North American Newspaper Alliance. The sighting was made by a Sherpa villager who said he was hunting edible frogs by the river at night with a torch hung on a bamboo pole. Moving upstream about 300 yards from Gerald's blind, the man came upon a wet footprint on the rock. As he swung his torch low to examine it, he saw a snowman squatting on a boulder across the stream 20 yards away. The Sherpa was terrified, for tales of the Yeti and these mountain villages are full of accounts of the creature's strength and habit of killing and mutilating men. He shouted in fright. The beast slowly stood on 2 feet and lumbered hurriedly upstream into the darkness. The following night, Gerald's Sherpa guide, Tempa, a veteran Himalayan tracker from Darjeeling, went out with the villagers at midnight, the note relates. While Gerald remarked it was sporting of the villagers to venture out again, he noticed the fellow was trembling with fear and kept behind the Tempa as they left the camp. After more than an hour of scouting up and down the Chiang River bank, Tempa and his companion were making their way back to Russell's camp when Tempa saw movement ahead on the trail. He thought it was probably leaves of the bush rustling, but shone his flashlight at the spot. There, not more than 10 yards away, stood a small ape-like creature, the snowman. The snowman advanced deliberately towards the light, and Tempa turned and ran. The next morning, Gerald said he found 4 very clear footprints on the gravel trail which he had photographed. From questioning Tempa and the villagers, these facts emerged about our elusive quarry. He is about 4 feet 6 inches high, with hunched shoulders and a very pointed head, with slumped back sharply from his forehead. He is covered with thick reddish gray hair. His footprints are about 4 inches long. The villagers was shown are pictures of pictures of bears, orangutan, a chimpanzee, gorilla, and prehistoric men. He unhesitantly pointed to the gorilla picture as being most like the creature he saw, but he emphasized the head was more pointed. As he trekked up the Koyang Valley to meet Gerald, Brian, and I are speculating that this description of the snowman may mean it is the best sighted by the tepa, the smaller variety of snowman known as the metai, or it is a youth of a giant yeti, which has been described as more than 8 feet tall. The footprints are certainly much smaller than the 10-inch tracks left by the animal that twice visited our camp by night in Barun Valley. The tracks are expedition photographed last year measured 13 inches. Peter writes again on June 5th, 1958, from Gungthang, Nepal. Frogs are the clue to the abominable snowman, and now we are using them as bait for our elusive quarry. Twice our party has seen the snowman when he came into the dark gorge of the Koyang River at midnight to catch the foot-long yellow frogs for food. Now we have set out live frogs tied down by fine nylon fishing line as a lure. We have built a bamboo cane. What is a cane? Machin? Is that what it's pronounced? Machin?
Mackin.
A mackin. It's related to three. Mackin is a colossal term used for addressing male-female acquaintance. Let's find out what that means. Let me find out what that means. Now, mackin, plural mackins, a kind of safety platform in a tree used when hunting large animals or to escape flood, found most commonly in Indian jungles. A mackin. A mackin. We have built a bamboo mackin or hunter's blind, same thing I guess, I just should have kept on reading, and the tree commanding a stretch of river baited with frogs, and have a second blind of rocks along a bank further down. From these points of vantage, my brother Brian and I are watching nightly. We decided on this track after a reconnaissance showed where the snowman had overturned huge river boulders in his search for food. Some were so large it took 2 of us to move the stones, and we found 2 footprints in the river sand leading to a flat rock on which were the remains of a half-eaten frog. toe prints were clearly visible in the sand, but the 4-inch prints were smaller than the ones we photographed in the Barun Valley snows some weeks ago. We've been dogged by foul weather, moonless skies, and relentless rain. Heavy rain, light rain, torrential rain, and dreary drizzle. This has been the Chinese water torture endured by our expedition for more than a month now. The rain begins at 9 a.m., continues all day and night until the dawn sun breaks through the forest with golden streams of light at 5 a.m. It has hampered our plans for tracking the creature. At midnight, with the rain pouring down in pitch blackness and waterfall, drowning out even the sounds of breaking twigs and falling stones, we hunters learn to follow the dark. Our nightly visual has been a nightmare. The Zuta is not a Himalayan inhabitant. However, there does appear to be still another creature in this province and on the southern rim of Tibet. Now there seems to be some evidence pointing to this really being a giant monkey. I am for now ignoring the tailed creature reported by Doctors Moore and Brooks, which would constitute the 5th local known, and which I frankly believe to be some huge species of colo-boiled monkey. Colo-boiled. The colo-boiled monkey, and thus related to the mega bees and gurizas of Africa, and the langur and leaf monkeys, and the lutungs, and the proboscis and snub-nosed monkeys of Orientala. The abapiri bordet has dredged up a tiny gem that is of great significance to this monkey problem, namely that the mountain massif of this that contains Mount Everest is called by Indians Mahal, or the mountains of the great monkeys, and not the great apes. Please note, then, there is also the fact that the Tibetans, as opposed to the Himalayans, people talk freely of the monstrous monkey and their territory that has nothing to do with either the Zuta or Meta or Te'ema, which incidentally they call in various parts of their country by numerous other names. It is, they say, nothing more than a monkey, and has all the habits and characteristics of a monkey, and even a sort of totalitarian bravado and insufferable provocativeness combined with blind cowardness that in extreme cases of defeat may lead to it turning into a completely insane and insensate I can't say the word now. So embarrassing. Why can't I know why I can't. Why do I keep on saying why I can't? Incessant. Why can't I? Finally, complete incessant homicidal maniac. Don't ever get MS. There is but one group of monkeys that so very well fits this billing. To me, it is very strange indeed that neither the whole idea nor the possibility of this peculiar group of monkeys being involved seems ever to have even been so much as a mention. The group encountered in the Sinopithozoids or Sinopithecida, the dog-faced monkeys, which includes the gelada and the hamadryad, the drill or the madril, the baboons, the black apes of the celebes, and the I can't say the word so sorry. I know how to say it, but I can't say it. My MS. You can't blame everything on MS. Macaques. Of course it's the macaques. It's the macaques. Why can't I say it? Because my MS.
Macaque.
Macaques. And rhesus. Not only are the largest monkeys members of this group, they are mostly territorial, and most of them walk on the whole soles of their feet and hands, and they have extremely man-like hands. They are certainly of high sagacity, and despite the small brains, have a highly developed social or at least communal system. Sagacity. Why I said sagacy and then much say sagacity. Sagacity. The foresight of discernment and keen perception ability to make good decisions. I know, I'm so embarrassed.
Sagacity.
Ah, fuck. Not only are the largest monkey members of this group, they are mostly territorial. Most of them walk on the whole soles of their feet and hands. They have extremely man-like hands. They are certainly of high
Sagacity.
high sagacity, and despite small brains, have highly developed social or at least communal system. They are also strongly xenophobic, and finally they are in many cases extraordinarily ingenious, facial, and adept at manipulation with their hands. Facial.
Facile.
Facile. Facile. Facile. Sorry for the delay. Facile, lost my place. Strong is xenophobic and finally they are in many cases extraordinarily ingenious, facile, and adept at manipulation with their hands. The ancient Egyptians trained some of them, the Hannah Dryads, to weed gardens and stack cordwood, sweep temples, and serve at banquets. A South African railroader supposedly taught one to throw switches at a signal box and water the engines. This animal is allegedly to have saved a train wreck by pulling the right switches when its master had a heart attack. That was a baboon, excuse me. Even more intelligent and amenable to coordinate activities, however, are the giant rhesus and the strange stump-tailed macaques. Lysodus, to which the Japanese ape belongs. The former are customarily trained to collect coconuts on plantations, and the Malayan Forestry Service trained them to collect botanical specimens from the tops of tall trees. As to the mastery of human affairs on the part of the latter, I can personally attest from many years of companionship with several individuals. Some of the things they learnt to do altogether surpassed anything I had ever seen an ape do, and they work at it with much greater persistence and reliability than do apes. They are, at the same time, incorrigible Slavs, unpredictable to strangers, and terribly dangerous. But as if this weren't enough, this is a positively enormous species that lives in the mountain recesses of the little enclaves of Indochinese territories that runs up the eastern face of the Tibet Saikang plateau of the mountains. This is known as Lysodus macaca thibistanus. These huge monkeys inhabit the fastness that are also inhabited by the great panda, and which concealed this animal for a long time, and these have never been explored. The species of dawn trees, the metasequoias, discovered not so long ago, came from there, as also did the very odd Thorold's deer. So the Thorold's deer. Cervus albirotus, as well as other rare creatures like the Royal Chinese sable, Mustela leo, a sort of enormous mink, and some spotted cat just like an ocelot. These great monkeys have no visible tail, and the object being a tiny, flattened, naked, twist concealed in a long, rich, reddish brown or orange overcoat that colors these animals. Something they sometimes they descend in hordes upon a cultivated valleys of the hill peasantry and completely devastate everything, even attacking and tearing down homes made of mud and wattle, and not, it appears, being in least frightened of men, even if they use firearms. And there is another interesting point about their behavior. When there is snow on the ground, they sometimes walk on their hind legs, which are very sturdy, albeit with an arm swinging and a staggering gait, but which I was told by an observer seems to be due more to the deep snow than any imbalance. Apparently, like apes, they do not like to get their hands cold by putting them on the snow. These monkeys have rather short faces that are naked and pink, going bright red in the heat and bluish in the cold. Their other naked parts are dirty gray. The head is very curiously shaped, having practically no forehead, but beetling brown as flattened from side to side, and comes to a point above, but then has great domes of long hair running from the corners of the eyes back to the neck to join a profuse mane. Normally, these animals walk on all fours with a kind of strutty pace. The four limbs being of about equal length. One I saw in Hong Kong had a head and body. The head is carried straight ahead, but the face does not point downward. The length of the 3'6" measured directly and not along the curvature of the body. My Chinese traveling companion, who has collected in outer Saskatchewan, told me that this was but a moderately small male, and that if a really big leader male stood up on his feet, as they sometimes do, he would look me eye to eye, for I am 6 foot. These monkeys go in snow. My comment here is that, in view of the existence of these huge tailless monkeys in the province concerned just east of Tibet, and in the view also of the certain remarks made by the great 19th century explorer Gerald Pereira, is that what it is? I don't know. Pereira, maybe that's what it is. Who was and is still just about the only Westerner really to have crossed this territory, and again, to passing references made by the Abbé Père David, discovered of the otherwise extinct primitive deer named after him in the Manchu Royal Parks, and in a way of the Bensheng, or Great Panda. So the Bensheng, Great Panda. There could well be a giant species of mountain oh my God. Can't say the word again. so embarrassing. Ma. Why am I so cursed? I feel like I'm the most cursed human being at times. I hate to sound so sorry for myself, but Jesus Christ, I'm only
macaque,
macaque. Why can't I say it? I just said it. I couldn't say it, now I could say it, and I could. The mountain macaques in the eastern Tibet, that they may occasionally enter the Himalayan Oriental province and then become extremely difficult if met by a lone yak herder. I have a record of a fairly large party of unarmed Indian peasantry being attacked by the ordinary little bandas or rhesus monkeys in the Punjab. Also, it is just possible that the same or related type of cyanopithecioids, may be found in the Karakoram, and one of them could be the creature that a Mr. W. Wood and companion saw in 1944. He specifically states that this jumped from side to side or zigzagged. This is a most typical method of progression in many, if not all, monkeys. When in a hurry on the ground, especially on downgrades, but one which they adopt even on perfectly level, unencumbered areas. Also, please note that the locals with Mr. Wood definitely called the creature banda or monkeys. At this point, I want to interject a very definite statement to my readers, to the persons who may review this book, and to those of the scientific fraternities who might have gotten this far without having used the thing to throw at students and have an epileptic fit. This is that I do not for one moment suggest that ABSMs are giant rhesus monkeys. Well, that's nice to know. What I am trying to say is that in addition to the very distinct forms of ABSM in the Himalayan South Tibetan province, the Mahta and the Ta'ama, there could be first a very large form of calaboid, boiled? Is it boiled? Oh, no, it's boyd. Calaboid monkey. I know why I can't. It's driving me nuts. A calaboid monkey and the coniferous montane forest, and the coniferous montane forest related to the langurs and the rhinopithecus. And second, a really giant form of Lysotus or stump-tailed macaque. I said it right that time, which might be the origin of some of the Tibetan, notably the Tibetan reports. The really giant Duzta, or Tuk, or Jinsong of the eastern Eurasian Massif and the Indo-Chinese bloc definitely is an ABSM, and more than probably a full hominid, but is known to the Nepalese only by hearsay from their Tibetan relatives. But there are still more complications in the Himalayan region. and these are really of quite a different nature. The extent is far from ABS Marie and one way as giant cyanopithecioids do in others. This is a matter of men. This great province is not yet fully explored or known. When some soldiers employed by a person entitled the Raja of Mustang, the subautonomous province of northwestern Nepal, killed an animal a few years ago that they did not know, but which had been scaring villagers in their territory, it was declared to be a Yeti, i.e. an ABSM. The beast was most adequately photographed while still freshly killed, lying in a pristine white sheet. Later it was carefully skinned with its extremities complete and was shipped with its boiled skull to Kathmandu. It turned out to be a sloth bear, a Malorus. However, this is not the point. What is the fact that nobody had ever heard of Mustang, though it was a kind of wild horse in our West, and that somebody was kidding. Even the wire service representatives of Kathmandu, capital Nepal, could not get any clear answer as to whether there really was a place or to whom it belonged. Even if only nominally. The same goes for most of the inner Himalaya, and much more so for the Karakorums. There are some really delightful stories emanating from these parts, not the least extraordinary of which was solemnly put out by two Canadian scientists named Jill Crossley Bate and Dr. Ivan Baird, I guess, of Montreal. The two allegedly conducted an ethnological studies there in the year 1921, and they stated that in an isolated spot in the Himalayas, about 70,000 feet, they had discovered a lost tribe of Chaldeans who painted on goat skins with vegetable dyes and who all lived to be 107 years old. Statements such as this just about floor me, more especially when some innocent is clobbered for remarking casually that he saw a funny fish in a net in Florida, or some such a mild thing. Even the wildest moron playing hooky from a high school would be hard to put to it to crowd more extremities into a single statement. Why Chaldeans, and on what grounds? And who can tell that anybody lives to over 100, let alone a whole tribe, and why 107 precisely? And the whole thing is a bit balmy, but there it is, and we just have to try and cope with it. This is indeed an exceptional case, but there has always been a great deal of mumbling about lost races and mystics and hermits and pilgrims and outcasts of this area. True, quite a number of Hindu pilgrims do visit the Brahmaputra Gada from India, and there are ascetics living all over the place, high above the tree line. Also, there never was a capital punishment in Tibet, that country being profoundly Buddhistic, and really annoying persons were always just thrown out of the community and told to fend for themselves. This they have done for long periods, leaving until their clothes rot away, while the law-abiding citizenry was absolutely forbidden to contact, aid, or have anything to do with these criminal outcasts. However, being Tibetans and Himalayans, and thus predominantly Mongolian, these persons all start out with peculiarly hairless skins, and so that they simply cannot be put forward as candidates for the ABSMs. Besides, they grow very long head hair. Then, however, it comes to the Buddhist ascetics, the so-called Langupa, we meet quite a different condition. These men deny normal life, take first to the monasteries, where they really study the supernatural in pattern stages under persons with a tremendous fund of knowledge. What they learn is quite beyond us, and frankly neither understandable to nor even believed in by Westerners. However, they do in time seem to acquire some quite remarkable talents to that smack of the magical. Dr. Julian Huxley has spoken seriously of their abilities to melt a circle of 8 feet in diameter with 2 foot snow simply by taking thought upon the matter, and others have described them as being able to teleport themselves, that is, to be transported instantaneously from one place to another, and most certainly to be able to send newses in advance as quickly as by radio, though no radio exists. Of all of this, I know nothing factual, but of one fact I do have evidence. This is that the initiates of these disciplines do, at one stage of their training, go galloping about the countryside stark naked and in the worst of weather, and practically all sunrise, particular at sunrise and sundown, for the good of their souls, and the exorcisms of sundry worldly hangovers. They may then be a pretty eerie sight, charging through the rhododendrons thickets, and sometimes even howling at a bit. But these chaps are almost as commonplace to the Himalayans as are mailmen to us, and they are not hairy, don't have separate second or first toes, and don't eat raw mouse hairs or any other meat, and don't run around gibbering. There is one rather delightful story about a Hindu pilgrim, however, which just goes to show what human beings can do. A certain Colonel Henniker of the British Army was crossing a 17,000-foot pass in Ladakh, I guess it's Ladakh, in 1930 in a blinding snowstorm, when he perceived a rather skinny fellow, clothed only in a loincloth, using a staff and tampering solidly, Tibet word, solidly, I guess stolidly, that's right, tampering stolidly, Tibet word. Amazed, he hailed the man in English and received the astonishing and cheery reply, "Good morning, sir, and happy Christmas." It was mid-July. There may, in fact, be all manner of queer types wandering about in these appalling fastnesses, clothed or not, unclothed, fed or unfed, and everyone minding his own particular business. It takes a great deal of patience and some ingenuity, as well as exceedingly good manners and taste, to get in with the local people and to be sufficiently accepted by them to hear what they really have to say. We of the West tend to adopt a lordly attitude to everybody else, and often in our own ignorance give away by gesture alone, if nothing else, that we are mocking anything that we don't understand. The Himalayans are very wise and perceptuous people, but for all their wonderful qualities, it is not to the Sherpas or other Nepalese, nor to the people of the Himalaya as a whole that we must turn for some real pragmatic information about ABMS. Rather, we should go to the Tibetans proper. Their whole attitude is utterly definite, for they appear to have the whole thing down pat, and they just don't bother to argue the details. To them there are three kinds of these creatures, called, as I have already said, by many names. They are not much interested in Imus, and that they dwell in the lower regions, of which there are none in their exalted land. Meta they know and treat as just another thing indigenous to the land, but the hulking Dusta they take a really peeved notion. They say that this vast creature is hard to handle. It raids yak herds. They go in groups. They can get along in appalling climatic conditions, and they have all the ingenuity of humans, plus strength with which one is already almost unable to cope. That is why they always say they keep the skins of those which their compatriots slay, and mummify their bodies and put them away, but not so much out of respect, but simply as hereditary awful warnings to other men. Real Tibetans have spoken of all this to both Nepalese and to many foreigners in Nepal, and one much respected Lama named Ponyabara even offered to bring back one of each of the three kinds alive, if the government would put up the money. My permissible comment is herewith terminated by perhaps I can afford and extend myself a little and make a few more general comments. At this point, with all the above how it is possible for anyone to state flatly that there is nothing in the Himalayan region to be investigated. This I personally and simply cannot see. There have been those over the years who have endeavored to prove that nothing exists there, and many have tried by disproving and showing up one facet of the matter to show that all the rest is either myths, legends, or folklore. But when you take each of these individual complaints, you find that none of them jibes with, jives with all the others, while each of them in turn itself proves not to hold water. The ever reluctant notion, for instance, that the tracks are made by local people wearing a particular type of loose footgear resembling a mukluk or a moccasin, and which was recently again brought forward by one Michael Pissell in Argosy magazine, December 1960, is obviously both absurd and impossible if only the advocates would just spend a few moments thinking logically about the matter. If this Mr. Pissell had considered the following facts for a moment, he would not have written as he did. If these ABSM tracks, which you will note have baffled just about every really experienced mountaineer for over a century, and were made by local men wearing foot gear such as he suggests, then first everyone must have worn out the front half of both feet precisely in such a manner that neither shoe ever showed a single mark of where it ended or the bare toes protruded. Second, the men wearing these overshoes must all have been of an extremely rare type, if they ever existed, having the second toe longer than the first, and both of them on both feet, also widely separated from the rest of the toes. That there could be so many such freaks among the limited population of this one area is much to ask. Also, it is manifest that Mr. Pissell has never seen an imprint or a cast of the foot that made the medium size or meta tracks. They are positively shocking when first seen, being absolutely enormous, and the gaps between the separated toes are enormous too, which could not happen physically if the hole was enlarged by melting or regulation. Almost the same goes for those like Sir Edmund Hillary, who have attempted to debunk the scalps. Maybe these are made from the shoulder skins of a serow, it's SEROW, Capricornus, but were the makers not imitating something else they knew? And these things are, in any case, only playthings, like Christmas hats. And further, even if they are not genuine Yeti scalps, what made the fresh footprints? Let us not forget that the kraken, the giant squid, was regarded as a fable for centuries until Professor A.E. Burrell took a small boat and went and got one alive off the coast of Newfoundland. Everybody except the North Atlantic fishermen had said that they did not or could not exist, but the reports of them persisted in coming in every year. I think people should pause, read the facts, and also consider a while before making definitive statements about the ABSMs of the Himalayas or of anywhere else for that matter. Western approaches Russian findings in the Caucasus and thereabouts. We have now reached the summit. Further, I have to admit, albeit with reluctance, that all my repertoire up to this reportage up to this excellent point looks, both in retrospect and in the view of what now faces us, pretty paltry. In fact, the old saw about straining at gnats intrudes itself on my attention. What a way of wording things. I wanted but persistent. My attention, unwanted but persistent. It were as if I had up till now been squeezing a sponge of it like last drops of information, when what has already been said is reviewed in the light of what we now have to tackle, whereas the reports even from such ABSM Emily's, now it's ABS Emily's, rich areas as the British Columbia may be counted on your fingers and toes. We now find ourselves confronted with literally thousands of them spread over 1,000 years of time and throughout a triangular area with sides measuring approximately 5,000, 4,000, and 3,000 miles in length. Moreover, these reports increase in number per annum on what looks suspiciously like geometrical progression, so that the greater part of them are bunched up in the immediate past. Also, it now transpires the matter at hand has been pursued, and even scientifically pursued, in this area for over a century, though that pursuit has been plagued by all the same asinalities and obstructions as elsewhere. At this conjuncture, a few words on the gruesome subject of geopolitics are called for. Most political boundaries are ridiculous. At one extreme, we have gross misconceptions about continents, and on the other, such absurdities as the delineation of North American state of Montana. And between these extremes, man has further insisted on erecting quite arbitrary fences, such as that between the United States and the northern North America and the United States of Mexico, though these are sometimes called ironed. That was very wordy. Bamboo or curtains of other materials. Ridiculous terms like the Near East and the Middle East, both of which lie in what is manifestly and geographically the West, add to the confusion. And then, to top it all off, we get purely political expressions such as East and West, bits of both of which are now scattered all over the globe inside each other. Then some buffoon like Hofschaffer or Trigitis. Okay. Hofschaffer I can say, but this word I cannot. This name I cannot. Tretzky, is that what it is? Tretzky.
Tritsky.
I can't pronounce shit. Tretzky. So, Hofschaffer and Tretzky, if that pronounced that right, must needs go and coin the phrase the heartland, but omit to define it. This was the state of Ohio that I live in. They call this, with their nicknames, the heartland. So which one we're going to talk about now? In some respects, such a concept as a splendid idea as it implies a central bulb which pumps away a central blob which pumps away without cease or I feel so stupid. Fuck. I am so stupid. That's the problem is. Circens. What is a circe? Maybe I should have been reading all this time, huh? Instead of watching videos.
surcease,
Surcease. Search and surcease. Without cease or surcease. And if applied to a certain area of Central Eurasia, it makes a lot of sense ethologically. Yet the area that was finally pinned down for this happens always to have been one of the greatest ethnological blanks. This is the lowlands between the Urals and the great mountain barrier that cuts straight across Eurasia from southwest to southeast, while the pumping appears always to have gone on beyond the lofty barriers of the east. If people insist on splitting themselves into two ethnological camps and calling these west and east, they would be well advised to consider some ineradicable geographical facts. The most pertinent of these is this monstrous mountain barrier lying athwart Eurasia, since it has always formed and will always form the true dividing line between the east and west. It lies along and constitutes the eastern boundary of the USSR, or I don't even know if everything's changed in the past 60 years, so God knows what Russia is today and everything else. And if you want to be precise about the matter, it also forms, by extension, the southern boundary of the vast Union. Today, it forms the boundary between the Mongolian type peoples and the Caucasoid type peoples, and I add the suffix type most firmly because a not inconsiderable body of the peoples west of the boundary were originally Mongolian, and some on the east side originally Caucasoids. But today, in the now almost classic expression of the certain comedian imitating a Chinese waiter, so funny, all Americans look alike. So also do all Europeans and even all Mongoloid Magyars. I don't even know how to pronounce that one right. I tell you Magyars, I would assume, but I assume wrong an awful lot. Magyars.
Magyars,
Magyars. And I just said completely wrong. Mongolian Magyars. This great dividing line is of the utmost significance. The ABSMs are not found west or north of this line, but they are reported from all along its edges and more or less all over the eastern area, exclusive of the subcontinent of India and the eastern fringe of islands. This is incorrect. They have now been reported from northeastern Siberia. Okay. And it says island, and as we have already noted, at the same time, our information about ABSMs in this area, apart from the Himalayas and the Indochinese Peninsula, comes almost exclusively from and through the Russians, who are, of course, wholly in the western area. This last fact may be rather puzzling to the general reader and somewhat aggravating to students of disciplines other than the purely geographic and biologic. Nonetheless, short of the major shift in the Earth's crust, nothing, not even an all-out nuclear war, can alter the facts. Nature constructed our bed in the West, and we might just as well make up our minds that we have got to lie in it together. I cannot refrain from adding, purely as a student of plant and animal distribution, that we might also just as well give up any thoughts of trying to go and lie in any other people's beds. Not only because, as in the case of the Eastern Eurasia, it is a bit crowded, but much more definitely because none of them are our environment. If we do so, we'll go a Mongolian or Negroid in time, either by absorption or physical mutation, just as the
Magyars,
have become Caucasoid in a few hundred years after landing up in our bailiwick. He loves using them words. Considerations such as these are often regarded as what is euphemistically called political. They are not. They are purely biological. What is more, if such facts, rather than a lot of often mistaken ideas, were used to guide our policies and our activities, our species would get along much better. Early, primitive, ancient man seems to have appreciated these facts, if only instinctively, and acted accordingly. The ABSMs seem to have had the clue since the first. Driven out by their original lowland forest homes, they retreated into the mountainous forests, and particularly into those areas within those vegetational zones where modern man finds it hardest to get along. This is true survival of the fittest. We might well emulate the forlorn ABSMs. The process happens also to make an otherwise appalling task a lot easier for this reporter. All I have to do is locate said particular regions, and a great mass of facts now to be presented then falls into a very fair semblance of order. The mass can be broken down into manageable parts geographical units, and presented one at a time in logical sequence. To this I shall now proceed. Let us assume that we have ended up at the northwestern end of the Lesser Himalayas. This lands us in an area known as Gilgit, Gilgit, which now lies in the northern western Pakistan. I apologize for this and a coming plethora of political definitions, but there is nothing that a mere biologist can do about it. At this point, see map 15, you will note that we are very close to, on the right side and going west, the end of the even more mighty Karakorums, which in turn constitutes an extension of the mother of all mountains, the Madishora, or the Madazora Radishong P. Belhum of the Tibetans. Fuck if I just noticed it said there. Which we have called the Southern Tibetan Rim. Ahead of us lies the most unpleasant complex of mountains known as the Parmers, or the rooftop of the world. These form a notable point for all kinds of things in Eurasia: plants, people, and other animals, languages, and ABSMs. The Parmers may be likened to a monstrous starfish with the appropriate 5 arms. These are vast strings of mountain ranges that go off in all directions. The Himalayas, the Karakorums, the Kunluns, leading to the Altantoph and Nanshans. The Altantoph, Altantoph, is that what it is? It's Atagh. This is the worst we can figure out. Was they were for some reason I'm going for it.
Altantak. Altantak.
Tack?
Altantak.
Altantak? A million years ago I say Elton Tack. It's saying Elton Tack. Elton Teff, Elton Tack, whatever. How do you get tack out of TAGH? Alcantech leading to the Teen Shans, and finally the Hindu Kush going off to the west. And I sure didn't say any of that right. From this point, we have first to follow the Hindu Kush in order to get rid of the rather irksome business. This is that ABSMs have been reported from all along the extensions of the mountains, which is to say along the Aladef? What do you think it's going to say? What do you think? What do you think, Mike? Talking to yourself, dude. Aladuck. So it's almost like a yeah. Aladuck. Okay. How would anybody know? I swear, I think sometimes they they set this all up so that the elites, the higher ups, the people with the better educations, they can able to say it right and they can figure out us profane the peasants. We try to read this stuff and we won't say anything right, and they can spot us a mile away of who we are. Because I can't see any other reason why to have it's spelled the way it's spelled if it pronounced phonetically completely different. And it continues on and on and on to this whole book. It's an exposure to who is the educated and who is not. And it's quite sinister, to be honest with you. The more I'm seeing this, it's very scandalous in my book. So if that's supposed to be a la deck, then why not just have a deck like DECK, or put next to it at least the pronunciation. How the hell is anybody going to know that unless you live there? And even then, it's what people read from. We read from left to right, and they read from right to left. So fucking that's not going to add up. It's very sinister when you start thinking about it. Spell crafting, this shit that they do with these words. That's why I decided, one of the reasons too, I decided to just start reading out loud, not only for my own, to combat the multiple sclerosis and be able to move my voice, my mouth, my lips, my vocal cords, but also as, I said, fuck it, what does it matter at this point? I'm never going to ever be able to read this stuff adequately. It's never going to happen. So, I didn't get the proper education for it to even have it ingrained in my brain in the first place. So who cares what people think about it? Aladeck. Not in a million years would I say Aladeck. Fuck would I ever say that. That would be Aladef, or something like that. That would never be Aladeck, but there we go. Who would ever thought that a combination of GH would turn out to deck? Did I get done with my bitching? Okay, which is to say along the Aladeck and the Elburz and Iran, the Azerbaijan and the Caucasus. So you see the Caucasus, that makes sense. Why can't it phonetically, but why can't the rest of the words? There are those who regard the Caucasus as being in Europe. As a matter of fact, nobody has ever made up their minds just where Europe does end in the east. Europe, how far, by W.H. Parker and the Geographical Journal, volume CXX BI, part 3, pages 278 through 67, September 1960, rather naturally, since it does not do so anywhere, being only a large peninsula at the water side of the Eurasia. If this peninsula needs definition, and it does, it should be considered as lying west of the 30th meridian east, which runs roughly from the White Sea to the Bosphorus. The Caucasus area is profoundly in Eurasia proper. The Hindu Kush and Ala Dek and the Elburz, together with the lower Caspian Sea, from the southern boundary of the Turkmen SSR, which probably doesn't exist anymore, between the Caspian and the Black Sea, there are really two great mountain ranges with a lowland gutter between them. The southern is composed of Armenia and Azerbaijan, and which is now Russia, but this is USSR, and the north is the Caucasus. Both are still very rugged, and over there upper reaches uninhabited by humans, and the latter appears to be a retreat for ABSMs. Their presence is fully accepted over both areas, not only by mountain folk, but also by inhabitants of the lowland villages and the towns around their peripheries. As one of the Russian reports put it, however, the younger generations put on a show of scoffing at the whole thing, probably in order to appear modern, while the older people are most reluctant to speak about the creatures for deep-seated and most ancient religious reasons. This matter was made abundantly clear to me by the Rabbi Yana Abu Aharon, who points out that there still remains a prehistoric animism throughout this whole swath of Eurasia, in the precepts of which the souls of people enter the low anthropoids, which later are consequently held in such great reverence that even the mention of their names is most ill-advised. The ABSMs known in this area as captor or cheater, and I'm sure I didn't pronounce it right, but phonetically it should be, because the one is Kaptar and the other one is Keeter. So captor or cheater seem to be regarded as the highest of all anthropoids and nearest of all animals to man. There are dozens of reports of these captor having been seen in recent years, as distinct from the endless older reports and myths, legends, and folklore. Many of these are very precise and really quite scientific, and that they were reported by properly trained persons with the usual Russian mania for precision and suitable confirmation. This makes them the more instructive and convincing. I would that I could quote them in their original form, but alas, I do not read Russian, so the best I can attempt is to paraphrase the translations using from time to time phraseology that may look quaint to us, but which must be retained as expressing more exactly what the recantor had in mind in his own language. Russian is almost as mobile a language as English, and when reporting in it, shades of meaning are most important. Calling upon another language to explain what I mean, the Spanish word notices does not mean precisely notices. A good translator expresses it better as advises upon a subject to everybody by persons who are presumed to know what they are talking about, but with distinct indication that the editor does not take full responsibility for same. This is a rather more precise form of our loose phrase, informed sources state. One must bear in mind that the average Russian, especially when making a deposition or statement on which he may be called, often places more emphasis on the qualifying words than perhaps on the word itself. Thus, the engineer X told me in Tomsk that when he was in Omsk, has a very special meaning and aids to us in assessing what he finally records. I could devote the whole book, let alone a full chapter, to these reports of ABSMs from the Caucasus, but for obvious reasons can only give some examples. However, I will add the conclusions of the reports, since they are so very sane, orderly, and significant. The only other people who have published such sane statements on this subject that I know of are the Canadians. It is a pleasure to get back to fact without a gross overlay of preconceived ideas, prejudices, and doubt. The main range of the Caucasus runs from the Black Sea coast about Krasnodar. Didn't say it properly, and I'm sure I didn't. The Krasnodar, southeast to the peninsula on which the famous port of Baku is situated on the Caspian Sea. The range is divided into two blocks of higher mountains, the smaller in the northwest and the greater forming the boundaries between the Danistan, I'm not sure, Dagestan, wow, what the fuck, let's find out what the hell it's saying. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, why can't you put the pronouns? He's writing to English people. Why don't you bother? I mean, this is 60 years ago, too. Jesus Christ, you had a... Where are you going to find it? How is anybody going to know how to pronounce it? Maybe it should be rewritten with the...
Dagestan.
Dagestan. Well, of course. It wouldn't... On the million, it would have made... Dagestan, of course. It makes all the sense in the world. Even though it's spelled D-A-G-S-T-A-N, it's Dagestan. And then it's A-S-R and Chekchon. Chekchen. Jesus fucking Christ. Now I gotta figure out how to pronounce that one. Check. Chen, is that what it is?
Chen.
Chin. Of course. Then there's no reason why you just couldn't pronunciation for us. Chin, and we know right away it's Chin Chin. How would most people could predict that Chen Chen, not Chin Chin? Fuck. Jesus. Chin Chin. So Dagestan and Chin Chin on the north and east side of Georgia, and what is called the Transcaucasian republics, Armenia and Russian Azerbaijan. We might as well find out if I'm saying that right too. I'm sure Azerbaijan. Just to make sure I'm saying it right, because God knows.
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan. Okay, that was my mistake. Azerbaijan in the south. There is a particular wild area cutting across this block and known as... Okay. Knew a lot of... Didn't you go to college? I sure did. That didn't mean I learned anything. Just need to get that damn piece of paper to get on a bus, that's all. TLYARA. It's 10. How to pronounce it? It doesn't even... They don't even fucking... It probably doesn't exist anymore. And Thai... Maybe there's the T is not pronounced. It doesn't even recognize it. Did I spell this wrong? It doesn't even recognize it. Lyreton. We'll just call it Lyreton because... It's a Lyreton? I got this one.
Laterian.
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 That's not spelled
Laterian.
That's typically differently. They don't even recognize that word. To Laterian or to Laterian, Lateritin, which embraces practically the whole basin of the river Jormont. Oh, let's find out if I can spell that one right. Okay, is there a reason why you can't even recognize it, man? Is there a reason why you guys can't recognize the word? Google doesn't even recognize these words. That's all. Okay, the river Germont. If you can pronounce it properly, great. I can't. And not that anyone's even listening to this anyways. The upper parts of the Avarkoisk, Koisu, so the Avarkoisu, which is a tributary of the Sulak and the main river of Dagestan. These mountainous regions are clothed in dense montane coniferous forests right up to the snow line and right down the edges of a few villages that line on the adjacent lowlands and are over wide stretches really quite impenetrable. At the same time, the upper crags and rocky reaches are equally unapproachable except by well-organized professional mountaineering expeditions, despite the most ancient civilizations of the Caucasus region as a whole and of the adjacent Armenian bloc. To the south, huge areas remain quite unexplored. In this, large game reserves have been established, and they are populated by very large and varied fauna, including moose, some remaining wisids, and European bison, red deer, mountain sheep, brown bear, wolves, the great northern lynx, and the leopard. The snow leopard range does not extend west of the Hindu Kush. However, tiger occur in the Elburz range, even west of Tehran. And then it says here, as far as possible, I have endeavored to choose place names such as Kar Nudar and Baku, Krasnodar and Baku, that can be readily found in standard atlases, and to use the traditional English spellings for these, though these are all almost invariably quite different from the official Russian and or local spelling. Names that are not to be found on readily obtainable atlases and maps are spelt as given by the translators of the publications from which they were taken. In many cases, in the following chapters, I quote names that do not appear on any obtainable map. These may well be altogether and accurately spelled, have been rendered phonetically first into Russian and thence into English, and the result may be quite horrible to the local citizens. For this, I duly apologize, and the unlikely event that they ever read this book. What about us? What about us commoners who speak English? Do you ever think about that? Do you think about us? You know, you want us to read their book, you sell it to us, but you didn't think about helping us out with pronouncing these damn freaking words. But at least he kind of was saying the same thing that I've been bitching about this whole book. Opposite of the Georgian, on the Georgian, opposite of the Georgian, on the northeast side of the main ranges, the hill folk are called Avars. That's what I would say. And these herders or hunters have had for centuries penetrate further upward into these fastnesses that any others. Okay. Of ours, I would assume. I would just assume
Avars.
Avars. Among them, there is universal belief in and acceptance in the ABSMs. They call them Kapar. Surrounding peoples regard them with increasing skepticism as folklore, legend, and myths, in proportion to their distance from these unexplored uplands, which is the inevitable rule, as we shall see when we come to examine these matters. The description they give is of the scripture is remarkably clear and quite invariable, except for one set of facts. These concern the number of kinds of kapar that exist. The discussion on this point stems mostly from those who live furthest from the area where they are met with. it has become enmeshed in a certain amount of straight myth, notably the curious notion that all of one kind are females. According to the Russian investigators, however, those who so claim are the least likely to have first-hand knowledge of the matter. While they were quite unable to explain how this race of females reproduces and maintains itself, the notion of self-perpetuating virgin birth, if I may so express the notion, has been widespread since time immemorial. It sounds absurd, but of course it is not biologically impossible per se. At the same time, there is one very simple explanation for it. Even modestly civilized people sometimes separate the sexes in everyday living quarters, and my wife and I once spent some time with a tribal group of South Amerindians and had to reside in separate, though adjacent villages. Then again, the ABSMs seem to show a marked sexual dimorphism, not dis. Everywhere they are reported, this showing not only in size but in color of fur and hair, while the young are said to look different. Again, almost most ABSMs are stated to be solitary, only occasionally seen in pairs or with young in tow. The females, it seems, tend to associate in going to water and food gathering and so forth. While the males range widely, they are food gatherers rather than hunters, and this we must not forget. In the Caucasian region, the males seem to be encountered alone in the upper fastness, whereas the females, which are readily recognizable, and it is said by the great and sometimes positively enormous development of their breasts, which, unlike any pungens or pendants or hanging, show up at lower levels. Then the dwarf cappers is also spoken of, particularly on the southern face of the mountains, but as one professor, V.K. Leontev, V.K. Leontev, who studied this business locally with consummate discipline, observes nothing is stated about these things that obviates their being the young ones or teenagers, who also tend to band together and go off on their own. They are said to be smaller than the average man and to be clothed in reddish-brown wool, as opposed to the other two types, which one of which, be it noted, is said always to be a male, while the other is always female, from which one may draw a rather obvious assumption one would have supposed, which are variously described as being dark gray, black, and silver hair. This change of coat color from gingery to gray brown to gray black and finally to white with age is just as consistent with what is found among other primates as it is the change from shiny black in youth as displayed by the sad little jacko of the Fraser River to brown and then grizzly. One must note that with increasing age, those of us whose hair or head hair turns white will find that our auxiliary or pubic hairs do the same, while those who have profuse chest hair will see that it also follows the head hair in this respect. Thus, a venerable male ABSM might be as white as the old chap who paced the truck in Oregon at 35 miles per hour, be it noted, and then popped into a lake. If the Neanderthals were hairy, they may well have had a fluffy wool like that of a baby one-humped camel, as it so repeatedly stated by almost all Eurasians who say they have met their local small ABSMs and an overcoat of darker hair like a muskrat and most other mammals of colder climates, which develops with age, becomes profuse and dominant in the prime of life, and then goes silvery to pure white with age. I cannot find any suggestion that there is more than one type of ABSM in this area, despite the fact that the three quite distinct sets of names are applied to it there. The indigenous names that apply to it there. Okay, the indigenous name is Kapar, and it derives and associates, but the Kurfis, a band group is also known among people. Griffis? Let's see if we get lucky here. Griffis?
Kyrgyz.
So that's Kyrgyz. Okay. The Gal-I-Aban. The Kyrgyz, and then he gives pronunciation. It's completely to Kyrgyz. A Gal-Aban group is also used among peoples of similar origin. While I find that the more distinctly originating Alma's stem also crops up in the form of Almastai or Albastai. Some painstaking analysis of the origins of the reports of these names used in connection with the Caucasus area, however, brings to light the fact that the reports in which they were used were made by foreigners, or at least by members of groups that are known to have moved in from the east. The Caucasus is an appalling mix-up, a sort of grand central station of nomads conquerors, immigrants, migrants, immigrants, wanderers, lost tribes, lost causes, and perhaps also indigenous evolution, hence the designation Caucasoid, which actually means nothing. The oldest people in the area, which is to say those of whom we have no record of immigration, such as the Georgians and the Avars, one and all adhere to the Kapar designation for their local ABSMs, which incidentally have been perhaps facetiously called windmen, not wild men, but windmen by more frivolous outsiders. Okay. Kapaz. Kapaz. Almas. Almasti. Albasti. Maybe I should start writing these names down. For some reason I'm now doing it. I don't know why. Should be doing it all along. That these manifestly originating Caucasians, if not Caucasoids, are one variety comes as rather a relief, especially at this juncture and before plunging into inner Asia, because there we are going to be beset by affirmations from all sides that there are not just 2 or 3 kinds in any one area, but that these are all quite different from others in other areas. I'm not quite sure if we will be able to keep our heads through all that, and I'm sure that I have not yet myself got it all straight. But in the meantime, we may take what the Hollanders call a pause, but pronounce pauzer, and try to come to grips with the capper. The clearest account of this creature is a first-hand one reported by none other than Professor V.K. Leontief, or something like that, number 120 of the 3rd publication of the Special Commission to study the snowman of the USSR Academy of Science under the direction of Professor B.F. Proshnev and Dr. A.A. Shemakov, with the illuminating title of Hunting Instructor of the Ministry of Hunting of Dagestan. I can't remember. AASR. This is a man both of parts and of profound precision. I herewith paraphrase his account with due regard to that precision, but with considerable compression. It appears that the late July 1957, this gentleman with 3 associates was conducting an official investigation of a territory called the Gagan Sanctuary. I think that's pronounced right. On July 5th, his companions returned to their headquarters as their work was finished. The Leontief decided to make a few days tour on his own. He was then at the head of the Germont River, no, I didn't say it right, but it's there, and spent 2 days there checking on some glaciers. He then trekked up the tributary stream. He notes that he came across leopard tracks on a patch of snow. After rest overnight, he continued onward and came across a set of quite different tracks on the other patch of snow. He says that you had the impression that this animal was walking on his toes, never getting very heavy on his heels, and you could see that his big toe was unusually developed. But was it a toe or a claw? These footprints were deformed somewhat because of snow being slightly in melted conditions. The next night he camped under an overhang rock, but when preparing for sleep, all of a sudden there came a strange cry. It stopped as suddenly as it started, he writes, and then after a pause, it repeated again, this time somewhere to the side of the original one. And then it was quiet. The cry was not repeated again. The cry was very loud. It wasn't like a yell of an animal. Not of any wild mammal or bird known to me could make such a sound, and yet it couldn't be a human being either. And he is, as a professional wildlife conservator, from where I was sitting to the origin of the cry was approximately 100 meters, 110 yards. And at the time the cry was repeated, 200 meters. I just say approximately. The following day appears to have been a miserable one, so that he decided to camp before dark at the head of a stream in a very dark gap. He ran out of matches and all the wood was wet, but he just managed to keep a fire going long enough to brew tea, then chanced to look up at the neighboring snowfield to the south. Something moving thereon caught his eye, and of this he wrote, this creature was going across, ascending slightly the upper part and away from me. At that moment I saw him. He was approximately 50 to 60 meters away from me. So he was about a half a football field away from him. American football field. 50 yards maybe. And it was sufficient to have only one glance of him to know that this was a kapor. A Leontief goes on to state that it exactly resembled the description he had obtained from all the locals, adding he was walking on his feet and not touching the ground with his hands. His shoulders were unusually wide. His body was covered with long dark hair. He was about 2.2 meters, about 7 feet tall. Realizing that this was a chance for a procurement of the most priceless scientific information, but also realized that he could neither catch nor, if he did, overcome the creature. Leontief took careful aim and fired a shot at its feet. However, by this time, the capper was at extreme range for his rifle, and he does not seem to have hit it, for it turned to him and then with an incredible speed waltzed up about and ran up a slope with tremendous speed, cutting through the snowfield, searching high rocks beyond and disappearing. Leontief whatever tried to follow, but it was hopeless. So he measured and sketched the footprints before it got dark. Next morning he re-examined these and made more sketches, and then spent the day searching around for the creature. Being out of food, he had to leave the next day. Altogether, he estimates that he had the captor in view for 5 to 7 minutes, pursued him for 9. He saw his back, left side, and cheek. And when he fired he had just a second's when he had fired, he had just a second's sight of the face, for it was late evening, beginning to snow. He could not see much detail. He then makes some most interesting remarks, to wit, he was not too tall. 7 foot would seem enormous to me, the author. His shoulders were unusually wide, and his arms were longer than a man's, but shorter than a monkey's. His feet were slightly bent and very heavy, italics mine, and the body was covered with a dark gray fur. The length of the hair on the body was shorter than the hair or fur of a bear. He had especially long hair on his head. I had the impression that the hairs on the head were darker than on the body. I couldn't see anything of a tail. I couldn't see any ears. The head was massive, and when he turned to me, I saw for 1 second his face. It was somewhat like an elongated animal face, a generally outline of the nose, lips, and forehead, and the chin and the eyes I couldn't see. I had the impression that his face, like his body, was covered with hair. His back was slightly bent. He was stoop-shouldered. He generally appearance was human-like. If I want to compare a captor with some living creature, the best comparison would be to think of him as a tall, massively built, wide-shouldered man with a heavy growth on his face and the rest of his body. Leontief measured and sketched the captor's footprints when only a few minutes old. Of them, he says, the footprints had a very strange formation. The whole print was about 25 centimeters, 9 inches long. The general impression was the toes pushed deeply into the snow. Also around the toes, you could see some rough formation. There would seem to be something wrong here. 9 inches foot for a 7-foot giant seems most improbable. It doesn't sound make sense, right? But then again, the explanation is, of course, that he was walking with bent knees, like clawing into the snow. The outer 4 toes did not come very close to each other as in humans, but they were slightly spread out, about a half of a centimeter to a centimeter, with the width of the big toe about 3.5 centimeters in length, 9 centimeters. The length of the other toes about 5 centimeters. You have the impression that on all the toes there were very hard scar tissue formation, that the toes were widely separated, and in between there was scar tissue formation. The entire print narrowed down towards the heel, and there were two peculiar deep ridges like wrinkles. You had the impression that it was not the whole step, only the toes. And this was not too unusual, because when I looked at my own footprints, I noticed that I put a little harder on the toes than on the heels, actually. And that's the way the capper would walk. Large toe was very far apart from the rest, and it was very long. It seems when you look this over and study the print, the entire heel of the foot is covered with a thick growth of tough hide, interspersed with all kinds of little growths and heavy wrinkles. There were no claws at all. The footprint has no resemblance to footprints of any of the animals that I know, and it doesn't look like a footprint of a bear, and of course entirely different from the footprints of a human heel. The cry of the capper was very strange. You cannot compare it with anything else. It consists of several repeating high and low pitch sounds that reminds you of the sound of a gigantic cord. I'm not quite sure what that would mean. Gigantic cord. There is clearly a kind of metallic quality about them, and the cry you can hear some plaintive note too. I personally did not experience any fear hearing this cry, but to me they stemmed to express the loneliness of a lost creature. I could not hear any coherent sounds, or perhaps I couldn't quite catch the fine shadings of the sound, just the way a human being pronounces them. The name cry, or terminology cry, actually does not describe the sound that a captor issues. This cry is peculiar, and so much of its own that there would be many different ways of describing it, and no peculiar way of giving it real definition. At any rate, not any of the mammals or birds that I know have a cry similar to a capper. This is by no means the only close encounter with a capper in modern times. First, there are literally dozens of reports from locals, including whole village populations, who reported them about at various times, and sometimes for months, and at low levels. And then also one appears to have been captured in 1941 and physically examined by a lieutenant colonel of the medical service of the Soviet Army by the name of V.S. Karapetyan. I give this report verbatim as supplied to me, already translated by the courtesy of the Russian Information Service. It goes as follows. From October to December 1941, our infantry battalion was stationed some 30 kilometers from the town of Bunetsk. I guess it's Bunetsk. It's Bunaksk, and the d- Sorry about this. I can't remember how you pronounce it. Dagestan? Dagestan, ASSR. One day, the representatives of the local authorities asked me to examine a man caught in the surrounding mountains and brought to the district center. My medical advice was needed to establish whether or not this curious creature was a disguised spy. I entered a shed with two members of the local authorities. So we've read this before. I don't know if we read this with Keel's book or read this earlier in this book, but we know we've read it. It must have been Keel's. He asked me to examine the man. I entered the shed with two members of the local authorities. When I asked why I had to examine a man in a cold shed and not a warm room, I was told that the prisoner could not be kept in a warm room, and he had sweated in the house so profusely that they had to keep him in the shed. Now this is, now I remember, this is in John A. Keel's book, and he took this verbatim from Ivan's book here. Ivan Sanderson's book. Verbatim. Just for reading verbatim the same stories. I can still see the creature as it stood before me. A male, naked and barefooted, and it was doubtlessly a man, but its entire shape was... It was doubtlessly a man, but his entire shape was human. The chest and back and shoulders, however, were covered with shaggy hair of a dark brown color. It was noteworthy that all the local inhabitants had black hair. This fur of his was much like that of a bear, and 2 to 3 centimeters long. The fur was thinner and softer before the chin. His wrists were crude and sparsely covered with hair. The palms of his hands and soles of his feet were free of hair, but the hair on his head reached his shoulders, partly covering his forehead. The hair on his head, moreover, felt very rough to the hand. He had no beard or mustache, though his face was completely covered with a light growth of hair. The hair around his mouth was also short and sparse. The man stood absolutely straight with his arms hanging. His height was about the average. His height was above average, about 180 centimeters. He stood before me like a giant. His mighty chest thrust forward. His fingers were thick, strong, and exceptionally large. On the whole, he was considerably bigger than any of the local inhabitants. His eyes told me nothing. They were dull and empty, the eyes of an animal, and he seemed to me like an animal and nothing more. As I learned, he accepted no food or drink since he was caught. He had asked for nothing and said nothing, and when kept in a warm room he sweated profusely. And while I was there, some water and then some food, bread, was brought up to his mouth, and someone offered him a hand, but there was no reaction. I gave the brutal conclusion that this that this was no disguised person, but a wild man of some kind. Then I returned to my unit and never heard of him again. On the little map of Asia, in a box that at the left-hand upper corner of map 15, you will see a small variform tongue of shading sticking out of the left-hand lower corner of the contained rectangle. This represents the extension of the Hindu Kush range via the Aladek and the Elburz in Iran, and into the Armenian highlands and the Caucasus in the west. This is the furthest west for the ABMS in the old world, unless some really very startling, though admittedly vague, reports that have just reached me from Sweden should have substance. The Scandinavian countries are hotbeds of myth, legend, and folklore regarding ABSM-like creatures for long ago, but these new statements sound suspiciously like our old northwestern ones. I must admit that this has quite unnerved me, and I am not prepared to say any more until I have at least made an attempt to investigate. We may therefore turn east again and will follow that little worm-like strip back to the roof of the world. Along the way, we pass through Elburz range. The Elburz range. Whew. This book is a workout. These are quite surprising for their wildness and their existence therein of such obvious things as tigers only a day's drive from Tehran. But then I suppose it is really no more odd than jaguars wandering about almost within sight of Los Angeles. Nonetheless, there is plenty of space here for lots of big and yet uncaught things, and by jingo, we get the alleged ABSM. This came to me from this indefatigable. I need to take a break. I am getting fatigued. These are quite surprising for their wildness and their existence therein of such obvious things as tigers only a day's drive from Tehran. But then I suppose it really is no more odd than jaguars wandering about almost within sight of Los Angeles. Nonetheless, there is plenty of space here for lots of big, as yet uncaught things, such as jingo. We get the alleged ABSM. This came to me from an indefatigable indefatigable. Am I saying that right? Of course I'm not. Again, I can't say the word. indefatigable Bernard Holzman in the form of a plea for help, since we are not a sort of private Bureau of Missing Persons for the natural sciences, among other things. It is transpired that a gentleman in New Jersey had written Bernard and stated, when I was in the Army in World War II, one in my company was an engineer who worked for an oil company in Persia. He and I talked together for hours and hours, as men do in the Army, and I never detected him in a single lie. And what I thought was a lie, or even suspected that he exaggerated anything, but for one curious thing. He said that when he was working in Persia, some Persians brought around a gorilla they had killed in the mountains. I was amazed that he should say such thing. I assured him that there were no gorillas in Persia or anywhere else outside of Africa. He said that it was as big as one and surely looked like one. He saw it and that it was enough. And that was enough. I said that there were no anthropoid apes in Asia closer to the Persia than the Malay Peninsula. He was indignant. I was telling him that he didn't see it. Of course, he thought also that there were no gorillas outside of Africa until he saw this one. It was a bit short. He was a bit short-tempered about it, so I dropped the subject. I have not yet traced the gentleman concerned, but his name is Daniel Dotson. His home state is Utah, but he was in Washington, D.C. when he joined the Army. If anybody knows him, for the love of Mike, please write me. And if you know where he is, don't wait on ceremony, but extend to him my invitation to dinner forthwith. He can name the time and place. For later information, see the forthcoming sequel. And the borders of Russia and Iraq, Turkey, Iran, Caucasus, Dagestan is one of the Union of Soviet Republics. So there's where Dagestan is. I'm getting worn out. This is the only specifically Iranian Persian report that I have, but there are others from the Iranian Turkmen SSR border and more from the Iranian Afghanistani border. The geography of this and the adjacent area, which I call that of the Pamirs, or Pamirs generally, and I just need to quit. I need to take a break. I'm worn out, but at least there are 300 pages. Okay, let's see if we redo this paragraph. I apologize for everything. This is the only specifically Iranian Persian report that I have, but there are others from the Iranian Turkmen SSR border and more from the Iranian Afghanistani border. The geography of this and the adjacent area, which I call that of the Pamirs Mars generally, and that which we will now proceed is so complicated, both physically and politically, that I have to resort to the accompanying little maps. Most of the material that immediately follows comes from Russian sources, and I am simply following their breakdown of this into regions of their destination. These have political and rather ethnic tabs on them, such as I don't remember this. Okay. Kyrgyz, Uzbek, Tads, Hicks, and Kazkas. Oh no, it's Kazoch? Or Gug or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce them, and I'm not going to keep working on this. Figuring out how to say these names of these countries. Kazakh, I guess. Kazakh, Tadzuk, Uzbek, and Kyrgyz. I didn't say them right. Anyways, simply Chinese. That's the best way of saying it. Assigned to them. Or simply Chinese assigned to them. This is really most muddling, for the boundaries of these groups are utterly bewildering and interlocking, as the map shows, and while these peoples have been surging about for centuries, elbowing each other, a dozen more peoples in and out of valleys and off plateaus, gradually getting themselves worked into a sort of political putty. Also, lots of them are still nomadic, while families and sometimes whole villages just up and move somewhere else. Then the tab Chinese is, in this case, means simply that the place is on the Chinese side of the border. Here, principally sinking, but also a whole host of other border provinces, autonomies, and such. Finally, a considerable percentage of the place names cited are not on any map, nor even the most excellent modern Russian maps. This area must therefore be understood to encompass not only the Pamirs themselves, but the adjacent mountains, portions of Afghanistan, Uzbek, Tadzhik, Kyrgyz, and Kazakh SSRs, and the Balkan Autonomous Area, to be called simply AA, unless otherwise stated. This, of course, runs off the Karakorums to the east, and the Alatuk off of the I'm having a hard time reading this, and the Alatuk, because I'm trying to focus on the next word, how to say it, and it's just throwing me off. Anyways, if you can figure out how to say these things, that's awesome. In the meantime, I'm going to just fake my way through it. Tensung, and Tensung to the north. So we have the Karak Rams to the east, the Alatuks, and the Tinshin to the north. Most of the information from these regions was unearthed by the 1958 expedition of the Russian Academy of Sciences to investigate the snowman problem there. So apparently there's a problem there, huh? I guess the only thing that really needs to just just think of it this way: there's Afghanistan, Pakistan, and China, and then geographically just call all the rest of that shit back in the USSR back then. But it's up to you. I mean, it's like trying to memorize all the freaking counties in your state. Do you bother? I mean, come on. I don't know. At least we can pronounce the names of most of the counties. We don't even know if we're saying Uzbek or Turkmen or what's well Turkmen is right, but Kara Kalfek, fuck if I know, and it's just phonetics does not apply to it. So, anyways, in one of the Russian booklets cited, a map is included showing the distribution of myth, legend, and folklore about the ABSMs in Eurasia. The area from which reports of sightings, encounters, and tracks have been recorded within the century. A dark globular blob covers this general Pamers region. The legend states that this blob, or blot, was considered by the Soviet scientists to be the last remaining stronghold and only remaining breeding ground of the Asiatic ABSMs. This is a very curious notion and not strictly in accord with either the published opinions of Professor Porshnev himself, due to the certain very pertinent and, in my opinion, correct observations that he makes in one of his articles, nor with those of the Mongolian and the Chinese scientists. In fact, I am of the mind that it was an idea imposed on the commission by a sort of backhanded tradition stemming from the days before ABSMs were taken seriously, even in Russia. Once again, it was probably due to the old snowman bit, an everlasting reiteration that the creature or creatures lived in the perpetual upland snowfields, the obvious correlation to which was the biggest and most perpetual snowfields were the most logical places to look for them. Professor Porshnev, however, states that in what I can only describe as a stirring article in a magazine entitled The Contemporary East, quote, expression so snowman is not supposed to mean a creature living among perpetual snow or exclusively in the snow. Similar expressions are used in connection with some animals, like the snow leopard. It means only that these species, or specimen of species, belong to the fauna of the high mountain ranges. He appears on the snowfields or glaciers only while migrating. He lives, however, and finds his food below the snow line, among the rocks, the alpine meadows, sometimes even in the subalpine zone, and the forest, as well as among the rocky sands of the desert and reedy thickets. The alpine zone, i.e. upper montane coniferous forest, is known for its rich and lush vegetation and the variety of its animal life. Professor Porshnev is so exactly right. I guess it was the end of the quote too. Neither the Pamerns themselves nor the area generally are wholly snow-clad. As a matter of fact, the whole is a vast hodgepodge of deep valleys, gorges, canyons, and intermediate ridges, and all the former are heavily forested up to considerable height, being at a rather low altitude. This may be called a wilderness area, but it is not, strange as it may seem, anything so much like one as our own Northwest. There have always been people there, or barging through it, since most ancient times, and today there are meteorological stations dotted all about it, while extensive international boundaries that meander through it are not exactly left to the imagination or desire of the locales. Both the Russians and Chinese have conducted rather thorough explorations in the area, while the Afghans live there, as do most of the Tadshiks. Is it Hicks? Tadziks, maybe this H is not pronounced right. Tadziks, or the Kyrgyz, and quite a lot of other people. Particularly everybody who does live or even camps there, it is of a single mind about the existence among them, and all over the lot of ABSMs. This is another case such as that of the Himalayas, the Great Gutter, and the southern Tibetan Rim, where the cases reported are just too numerous to detail, as well as too consistent to be worth recording specifically. Such a procedure would be quite silly, rather like recording sightings of mountain lions from our southwest. The bloody things are everywhere and seem always to have been. Nobody locally paid much more attention to them than did to the other large wild fauna until outsiders started asking about them. Then they most likely clammed up, for two very different reasons, however. First, the ancient animism mentioned above is here even more deeply ingrained, but more shallowly covered by modern faiths such as Buddhism and Islam, that it is in the Caucasus, so that ABSMs, being only just not men, are regarded as ideal recipients for departed souls and should not be molested. This leads to taking special pains to steer foreigners away from them, while not mentioning their real names, but referring to them vaguely in generic terms. Secondly, to put the matter frankly, boiled ABSMs produced the most extremely potent and magical medicines, for which really vast sums and bar gold were once paid in Russia, China, and especially in India. Really? These medicines were known to the most ancient Chinese, and to the Mongolians, the Tibetans, and all of the Mongolic peoples all the way to Turkey. And the Parmers area, in the Parmers area, the boiling, preparation, export, and marketing of these ABSM extracts, Mumuyan, called Mumur, by some was carried on principally by gypsies, referred to as the Lol or Asiatic gypsies, who wandered all over the lot, but mostly in directions exactly contrary to the normal annual migrations of the nomads for various obvious trade purposes. These gypsies held a very particular unique position in this part of the world. They were regarded as having sort of direct lines of communications both with God and the devil, and the whole pantheons of the other entities to boot, and so to be both able and sanctioned to tamper with most venerated things. Actually, like their Western congeners, Western congeners, they were consummate poachers, and since they could not be prevented from hunting anything, however sacred, and did not seem to suffer any dire consequences from doing so, they were assumed to have some special immunity, in divine dispensation. At the same time, the whole concept of extract of ABSM was probably a hangover from most ancient ritual cannibalism, whereby token consumption of special parts of a powerful quarry or enemy or even fellow citizen was believed to transfer to you some of his powers. I witnessed just this process in the Cameroon's West Africa, when an enormous male gorilla was killed. The local juju chap begged bits of certain glands, and he knew his anatomy as well as any college demonstrator, and other parts of the body, made a brew out of these and passed it around to all the hunters, who took a token sip and smeared some on their gun barrels. These two factors, the deep-seated reverence for ABSMs by the locals on the one hand and their value as medicine on the other, have proved to be most potent ones in keeping information about the creatures from all outsiders. Personally, I suspect that there is something of the first attitude current among both the northern and southern Amorids. This whole attitude is both its aspects and both its aspects come to light in another way. This is the careful preservation of the heads, hands of ABSMs and other primates as well. It may be noted the head dried whole has special significance, not for ingestion like the extract, but as an object with its own medical qualities, and like any other sacred relicure, kept hidden. It's kept hidden. Gosh damn. The relicure is kept hidden. This custom is pre-Buddhist, but has been incorporated into Lamanist practice. The hands have another significance. They are kept as mere talismans, not having any deep religious significance, but rather because the hands of primates and men have always seemed a marvel to Mongolian peoples, being literally the key to the success of both. These are mummified and desiccated hands kept in monasteries and by private individuals of communities all over eastern Eurasia, from the Great Barrier East and from the Great Barrier East. I knew a few of Nepal have been shown to foreigners. Others have been shown to Mongolian and Chinese scientists, and there are a few reports of them recorded in Russian publications. This is not the only aspect of the ABS emery that presents a completely different face once we pass east, often on the great highlands of the middle Mongoloid peoples. Here is the true heartland, not only of the greater part of modern humanity, but of culture also, for learning was apparently thriving there when even the Greeks were yet accompanied in little less than bashing the Minoans and each other heads in, while we in the far west were running about clothed in blue paints and chipping flints. The ancient repositories of knowledge and of documents lie sprawled up the great basin that forms the center of these eastern uplands. Between the Great Barrier on the west and the southern rim of Tibet on the south, the escarpment of the east that fronts unto the lowlands of Manchuria and China proper. Around the periphery, along the Himalayas, through the Pamirs, or Pamirs, whatever you call it, the northeast up to the Great Barrier, to the region of the Lake Baikal, there is only a second-hand knowledge of this ancient erudition. He's using words, or of its records of such matters as ABSMs. This knowledge, moreover, is often vague and distorted. The people of the western Pamirs were mountaineers, hunters, shepherds, and agricultural peasants. Those of the barrier itself, mostly nomadic herders, who moved back and forth along the steppes that fringed the barrier to the west and north, and stretched west to the Caspian. They were not literate, and they did not support centuries-old libraries and monasteries. As did the Inner Mongols, the Chinese on the other side of the uplands were settled agriculturalists, and at an early date took to city dwelling and the formation of city-states. They too developed an advanced learning, but despite the fact that China has for centuries nominally spread west to the Pamirs and to the inside of the Great Barrier, it absorbed more culture from those inner regions than it exported to them. While China proper was itself constantly overrun by Mongols, coming notably down from the north through Manchuria, when we get onto the Great Plateau, or rather into its Great Basin, we will meet for the first time straight talk about ABSMs, rather than rumors, hearsay, and somewhat dumbfounded disbelief that we have encountered everywhere else, even among the most erudite, educated Mongolians, using that term in its widest and proper sense to include all people from the Siberia border of Nepal and from the Xinjiang to the Chinese escarpment, have a wealth of historical record about the ABSMs and are brought up to the notion that they still exist in several distinct forms all over their country, in isolated pockets, and all around its periphery in an almost unbroken line. Modern scientists of the Mongolian People's Republic are fully aware of this and are beginning to restudy, reappraise, and make known to the world this store of knowledge, but they have as yet only just scratched the surface. This matter of ABSMs is really a rather abstruse item in their fund of knowledge. Mongolians are very practical people, and although they have for millennia delved into every interest, wildlife was important and medicine very much so, and it is in these literatures and amazing facts about ABSMs are found, as we shall see in the next chapter. So that's very interesting, to say the least. That'd be the reason why so much is hidden, because of religious and medical reasons. I mean, there's an awful lot of stuff that you and I don't know about from our leadership, right? They hide a lot of stuff about medicine and the ingredients, and you find out a lot of this shit you can find in your own backyard. And you're like, what? You charge them an arm and a leg for it? And then they got to make rules and all that. So you can't have the stuff in your backyard so they can make money off it. And the same thing would be, and then you have to think about the fact that if medically and religiously and historically there's something that's very important to them, and then you have all these outsiders, and then all these outsiders demonstrate over and over again that they can't be counted on or are not reliable themselves, then you might want to keep these things a secret, right? Every group, you got to have your secrets. So maybe it is, maybe it's not. Who knows? There's always, they say, there's always a whistleblower or a traitor amongst the group. So, and usually more than one. But then again, but look at the number of secrets they're able to keep worldwide in this world. Hey, they're one of the best secrets of all. When you find out that that whole thing called the Bible, everything in it is bullshit, literally, and they know about it, and they keep pushing it for a reason. The religious leaders and priestcraft in their region is going to do kind of the same thing, one way or another. So the greatest powers that the elite can have is the secrets that they hold. 14. The Eastern Horizon. Current conditions on the Great Mongolian Uplands. Russian scientists appear to have been just as stunned as those in the West about a decade ago when they were confronted with a new turn in ABSMO events that took place after the Shipton foot tracks uproar. Further, despite the fact that their jurisdiction has for a long time marched with the Great Barrier, the expansion of their country was in the past centuries eastward just as ours was westward, while their interests in Inner Mongolia were multifarious, multifarious, excuse me. They don't seem to have known much more about this huge, truly mysterious subcontinent in upland eastern Eurasia than any other outsiders did. While the Westerners, led by the British, had been nibbling away at its southern borders via India, and the Americans had shown some interest via China, neither had really even penetrated the Great Triangle. Some travelers, and considered rather intrepid, had crossed it, and a few naturalists have accomplished bizarre tasks like unearthing nests of fossil dinosaur eggs therein. But the accumulated lack of knowledge about it mounted steadily. This is not to say that the Europeans had not been traveling through it since the very early times, for some become immortalized for their accomplishments, like Marco Polo and the great Russian explorer Przewalski, if I pronounced it right, in the last century. There were also lesser known but earlier intrepid explorers, such as one John Ann Schilsberger of Bavaria in the years 1396 through 1427. In modern times, there have been men of exceptional persicity. Am I saying it right? Persicity. Such as J. Nicholas Roerich. Let's see how that word's pronounced. The thing is, I could read this 20 times and I still won't be able to say half the words. Anyways, and it's just a huge flaw of my part. So, Persicity.
Perspicacity.
Perspicacity. Perspicacity. I never would have known that in a million years. Perspicacity? Perspicacity. Perspicacity. What does shows perspicacity mean? What is a perspicacious? What is perspicacity or discernment? Astute, sagacious, shrewd. Perspicacity.
Perspicacity.
I wouldn't have known that. Perspicacity. I don't think I ever heard anybody in my entire life say that word in 55 years. Perspicacity. Okay. In modern times, there have been men of exceptional perspicacity, such as John Nicholas Roerich and the Englishman Peter Fleming. And the list is, of course, almost endless. And in all this, Russians have played a most prominent part. Yet, despite the fact that a very high percentage of these travelers throughout the ages seem to have mentioned ABSMs, and not just casually. The concept of the continual existence over enormous areas of some of our primitive ancestors, or subhuman, and possibly even the subhumanids, simply did not penetrate the collective mind of Russian scholarship any more than it did that of the Westerners. The Russian expedition to the Pamirs went out every bit as unprepared as the Western expeditions to the Himalaya, with all the same preconceived notions and misconceptions, and it came back just as mystified and empty-handed. However, the Russians had in the meantime made special investigations in the Caucasus, and they had sent another party to the northern face of the Everest block, which ended in a sad disaster. They had offered their Chinese and Mongolian colleagues cooperation in investigating the whole matter. This intelligent approach was prompted in part by the growing tumult in the popular press and in scientific circles in the West about the abominable snowman, and in part by certain historic discoveries of what may be called a purely bureaucratic nature by Professor Porshnev. This proved to be a sad commentary on just about everything, but somehow made one feel a little better about something. They demonstrate that we are not the only dumb clutch and the only ones that let our scientific hierarchy obliterate any signs of novel thinking or unexpected discovery. I would like to tell the story in full, not only for the sake of humanity, but because its various facets point up to just about everything that has been wrong when the study of ABSMery during the past century. Space does not permit, and all I can give is the bare bones. There lives in Moscow today a scientist by the name of V.A. Kuklov, who in 1913 submitted a full and detailed report on the East Asiatic the ABSMs to the Russian Imperial Academy of Sciences. This priceless material was shelved. He was denied funds to continue his field investigations, and he was frankly told to shut up. Professor Porshnev happened to stumble on these reports in 1959 and sought out Dr. Koklov. He writes on his first interview, "Here he sits in front of me, this white-haired man, an emeritus scholar, a professor of comparative animal anatomy, a scientist who made valuable contributions in the field of zoology. He talks about the discoveries he was about to make while he was a young man. He talked enthusiastic and bitter at the same time. He is bitter not only at the general attitude taken by the pre-revolutionary Academy of Science, but at the action of his former adversary, Professor P.P. Sukskin. In 1928, Sukskin came out with a startling, at the time, hypothesis, namely that the region where they changed from a monkey to a man took place was not in the high plateaus of Asia, but not word, but not one word about the extensive contributions made by him, Koklov, or about his reports of the existence of wild men in Central Asia. Need I say more? Well, no, actually, I know exactly what's being screwed over. I mean, it's so. And you know what? You'd be lucky if your own children don't screw you over. And odds are they aren't going to do that. And so you're left on your own. Nor was Koklov the only enlightened scholar and enthusiastic field worker who was raped over the knuckles, or gets wrapped over the knuckles and threatened with limbo at that time for the same reason. There was a young man named B.B. Baradian who in 1905 through 1907 specialized in Eastern folklore. He was given a commission to travel through Mongolia to Tibet on assignment from the Russian Geographical Society of then St. Petersburg. While doing his encounters, while doing so, he encountered an ABSM at close range. While in company with many others in a caravan, and a young monk pursued the creature, which the locals called Almas. Baradian made a full report on this, but his boss, one S.F. Oldenburg, head of the Geographical Society and Secretary of the Academy of Sciences, ordered him to delete all mention of the matter from his report, stating that no one will ever believe that, and it may prove embarrassing. At least they were direct about it in Imperial Russia. A young Baradian had been befriended by a Mongolian scholar named Z.G. Jamzurano. When he told him of the incident, and later was inspired to devote much time to pursuing ABSMs. This he did with the help of two assistants named A.D. Simukov and a Dr. Rinchin, or Rinchin, depending on how to pronounce it. I don't know. I keep saying that. The latter is now a professor of the University of Ulaanbaatar, Mongolian DR, still most actively engaged in pursuing the matter, and has given a great deal of information to the Russian Special Commission. It was these discoveries in the attics of Russian science that did more than all the first-hand reports of tracks and encounters along the entire length of the Great Barrier to aid Professor Porshunov in mounting a proper investigation of the ABS Emery in Russian territory. Yet there remained a great skepticism right up till the time of departure of the expeditions and investigators. In the previous year, 1957, when A.J. Prone and a hydrographer from Leningrad University had made the world press with a story that he had observed an ABSM twice for the brief time, but I don't know why you just can't say Alma or whatever. I don't know. just ABSM just doesn't feel right at all. And that's the reason we never took off. He saw it twice, but in a brief time, but at some distance on Fedchenko Glacier and the Pamers. This had at first been proclaimed by, but then just as violently decried in the Russian press, to such an extent that the inevitable debunking, I think part of it too is people realize that Esau is the story of this, and that they lied about it. And then you're going to find out that the Muslims, their identity is a lie too, just the Christians and the Jews. Oh, there's a lot of people who would be pissed off. This whole thing is revolved around all this shit. It really is. Which, as usual, amounted to nothing more than some expert saying that he did not believe him, was seized on by everybody as final and absolute proof that all ABSMs have never been anything but myth. I sincerely sorry for Mr. Cronin, but I must say that this also makes me feel a little better, for it is manifest that our press also is not the only muddle-headed group and the only one that jumps to grovel in abject compliance with the least pontification on the part of an expert. Reviewing press reports on the 1958 expedition to Pamers, I find an almost similar story. First, considerable enthusiasm, even pride in the open-minded and truly scientific endeavor, then a sad retrogression to the age-old bolt hole. I mean, it's hard to read. I'm sorry. Sorry to have to do this, dear readers, but I'm afraid we have finally to bury the poor snowman. He turns out to be just a myth after all. We hate to see a good myth die. We need them in this day and age, but etc., etc., etc. I have a whole file on these periodical requiems on ABSMs. The latest as of writing a highly fallacious lead editorial in the Christian Science Monitor, Innate Hillary's Sculpt. Fuck, dude, we should just use normal words. You can't make he puts me. This book would actually be half the length if you just threw out a whole bunch of the garbage. They make amusing readings, but are sad commentary on intelligence in whatever part of the world. Nonetheless, although this expedition to the Pamers did not bring back a pickled ABSM, it did bring to light a wealth of most fascinating reports. Not a few of these were from resident Russians. One of the most notable only came to light later in the communication to Professor Proshnov, who remarks this in one of his articles. Not only the authorities of official scientists acts as a hindrance to obtaining more information about the new snowman, There are other obstacles as well, which incidentally still remain. Lack of coordination and gathering data is the most important or most detrimental of all. Investigators working in different regions are not aware that a similar data is being collected in another area, and lacking this most basic tool of science, comparison, they are unable to accomplish anything. As an example, we can cite a recent communication from a geologist by the name of B.M. Doric or Zordoric. I know Doric. Let's call him Doric. He writes that much of his regret while he was in Pamers in 1926 through 38, he had no information about the Himalayan ABSMs called Yeti, and just could not understand all the stories he was told about furry men and even what he had seen himself. In 1934, Doric, accompanied by his guide, was making his way through a narrow path among a growth of wild oats on a little alpine plateau at about 8,000 feet altitude between the Darwaz Ridge and the eastern reaches of the Peter the First Range. And unexpectedly, I'm going to finish with this chapter, and then I'm going to shoot myself. Unexpectedly, the path had leveled off, and one could see how the grass was trampled on, and the ground giving evidence that someone was digging around. There were splotches of blood on the path, and remains of a gopher skin just a little way from Norik. I mean, I don't know. Let's just find out, man. Just, man, learn something here. I would say Doric, but Z-Doric. Z-Doric. My shoulder's burning. I can't read.
Strike.
What?
Strike.
What?
Strike. Strike.
No. That's not what I, no. No, it's not. For some reason, it doesn't want to recognize it. Sidoric? No. I don't want to do all that. I just want to know how to fucking say the damn thing. I don't want to, come on, man. I don't even have something there to even tell me on Google. I mean, okay. It doesn't matter. It fucking doesn't matter. It's self-Zoric, and they both turned around and ran for their lives, scrambling and falling in the tall wild grass. Okay, so let's get back to where this is. Zoric and his guide on the mount of freshly upturned earth was a creature asleep on his belly, fully stretched out. He was about 1.5 meters in length, approximately 4 feet 10 inches, The head and the forward limbs could not been seen because they were hidden by a growth of wild oats. The legs, however, could be seen, and they were black, naked. They had black, naked soles, and were too long and graceful to have belonged to a bear. His back was also too flat to be a bear's. The whole body of the animal was covered in fur, more like the fur of a yak than a rich fur of a bear. The color of the fur was grayish-brown somewhat, and more prominent brown than a bear's. One could see the sides of the creature moving rhythmically in his sleep. The fear that took possession of the guide transmitted itself into Zorak, and they both turned around and ran for their lives, scrambling and falling in the tall wild grass. On the following day, Zorak learned from a local resident, who were much alarmed by the news, that he came across a sleeping DEV. The local residents used another word in naming the creature, and Zorak had an impression that they were using the word div just for him so that he could understand better. The local residents ventured the information that in the valleys of Telbur and Safador, I don't know, these were a few families of these divs, man, women, and children. So there were a few families of these divs, men, women, and children. They were considered like beasts and not supernatural power, and no supernatural spirit was ascribed to them. They caused no harm to the people or their stock, but meeting them is considered a bad omen. The geologist was very much surprised to hear that DEV was listed as an animal and not a supernatural creature. He was told that the div looked like a short, stocky man walking on two hind legs, and that his head and body were covered with short grayish fur. In the Sanglek region, the div is seen very rarely, but they do roam about, either singly or in pairs, male and female. No one has seen any young ones, but last summer they caught a grown one at a flour mill where he evidently had eating either flour or grain. This was at the eastern foothills of Sanglek. Okay. Only a few kilometers from the Tutkal, the captive was chained for about 2 months by the mill and was fed raw meat and flour pancakes. After that, he broke his chain and escaped. They also pointed out a man who had a large scar on his head from a wound supposedly inflicted by the dev. The list of encounters with, let alone mere sightings of ABSMs throughout the Pamir region, generally as defined above, are literally endless. The same can be said of one major areas of the Mongolian upland triangle. These areas are as follows. First, the super upland plateau of Tibet, with its three principal super mountain ranges. In the south rim of the Karakoram, in the middle of the Kunluns that turn south to the head of the Indochina, and along the north of Etlin Tug, that leads to the Nan Shans and into the Sinlings of China. Second, north of the Parmars lie the Atalai Tok, and some of them stretch to Tin Shans to form the northern boundary of the Tamrim Basin of Xinjiang. Next, north of this come the Grand Atalay, forming the southern boundary of the Mongolia proper. North of these are the Tanuola and the mighty Kangjai between Mongolia and Tanu Tuva. That's what I'm saying, these fucking words right. Oh God, let me get through this paragraph. Okay. Where am I at with all this? So still, I'm going to take a break. I got to take a break. I got to get this.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you are going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.